12/31/19.
So you think you have unlimited data.
Recalculating. Recalculating.
Think again. If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, your data is limited, and so are you. Set your smartphone free with the new unlimited plans from Total Wireless. Get 4 lines with unlimited data on the nation's best 4G LTE network with 100 gigabytes at high speed, then 2G for just $25 a month per line.
You have arrived at your destination.
Get the new unlimited plans. Total Wireless. Total confidence. Available at authorized dealers. See terms and conditions at totalwireless.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Please don't text while driving.
If you've been in business more than 20 minutes, you've probably printed your logo on all kinds of promotional products. We all know logos work because they're on everything from the top of skyscrapers to the bottom of shoes. Ever wondered why? Or how to best use your logo to grow your business? Let us show you today for free. We're 4imprint, promotional product experts at your service. We're giving away the latest issue of Amplify, the digital magazine that reveals promotional product success stories absolutely free to everyone who texts GROW to 88988. At 4imprint, we make your logo look perfect on thousands of promotional items. With our 100% guarantee, it'll be right the first time, on time, every time. Your free e-magazine will reveal invaluable insights that can attract new customers, build your brand, and grow your business. Get the latest issue of Amplify absolutely free by texting GROW to 88988. That's GROW to 88988.
You're in charge of hiring, and Indeed has solutions, like online skills tests, which let a candidate show that they're the right hire. And we give you this magic music, which will inspire the perfect hire to begin clog dancing. Okay, there's no magic music, but skills tests, that's a for sure.
See why independent research by Silk Road shows Indeed delivers 3 times more hires than any other job site. Post your next job at Indeed.com/hire and try skills tests for free. Terms and conditions apply.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Hi, I'm Brad Keselowski, driver of the number 22 Discount Tire Ford Mustang. When I'm racing, my crew chief sets my tire air pressure. If it's not just right, I can lose speed and grip. When it comes to your tires, you need to be the crew chief. Check your air pressure once a month and before road trips. Properly inflated tires help optimize safety, handling, and fuel economy.
A message from the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association.
Hello, I'm Marissa Jarrett Winoker. Performing on stage takes mental and physical preparation. But the one thing I never thought to prepare for was cervical cancer. 91% of cervical cancers are caused by the human papillomavirus, or HPV. The good news is, there are vaccines that can protect you or your children from cancer. I survived my cancer, but you can stop cancer before it starts. Talk to your doctor and go to thinkaboutthelink.org to learn more.
Tiger weather now.
Rainy and much colder for us here today. Temperatures holding in the upper 40s to near 50 degrees. Rain will taper off this afternoon. Clouds will decrease tonight, cold near 30. Sunshine tomorrow, but remaining rather chilly. Highs only in the mid-50s, partly cloudy and mid-50s for Thursday. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone at the Weather Channel.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers. KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City. 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport and Bossier's #1 sports station.
Sports World, your local uniform professionals since 1973. 8809 Jewella, 686-1880.
O'Reilly. Struggling with gift ideas? Who doesn't need more tools? Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get professional quality power torque tool sets on sale now starting at just $19.99. You can even order online and pick it up at your nearest O'Reilly store on your way home. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. So you think you have unlimited data.
Recalculating. Recalculating.
Think again. If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, your data is limited, and so are you. Set your smartphone free with the new unlimited plans from Total Wireless. Get 4 lines with unlimited data on the nation's best 4G LTE network with 100 gigabytes at high speed, then 2G for just $25 a month per line.
You have arrived at your destination.
Get the new unlimited plans. Total Wireless, total confidence. Available at Walmart. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
The Cheesecake Factory. Through December 31st, every $25 gift card purchased at thecheesecakefactory.com or at any Cheesecake Factory restaurant, you'll receive a free slice of cheesecake redeemable in the new year. Visit thecheesecakefactory.com for more details.
'Twas the holiday season, and in your garage, a brand new John Deere. That's not a mirage. With neighbors admiring your shiny new ride, it's your year for a Deere to fill you with pride. So if additional offers are what you desire, see our low rates before they expire. Now start up your engines and drive out of sight. New John Deere equipment for all, and to all a good night. Make it your year for a Deere. See your John Deere dealer today to discover more amazing deals and attractive financing offers.
Brought to you by Edwin Watts.
Robert J. Wright here for one of the hottest little eateries in Shreveport and Bossier. It's the Grill at Corby's Golf Course. With the seasons changed, some new hours to pass along. Breakfast, 8:30 till 11. Amazing lunch specials every day till 2. And let me tell you, the always generous bar is open till 5 p.m. Great food all day long. You can't find a better place to hang out with friends. And it's all there at the #1 golf spot in the city. Guaranteed I'll see you there. The Grill at Corby's Golf Course.
Where are you going to be the day after Christmas? Be the Bowl. Pre-game live entertainment by Chawa, Grammy-nominated Mardi Gras Indian funk band out of New Orleans. Walk-On's Independence Bowl Coca-Cola Fan Fest, Thursday, December 26th. Be the Bowl.
You don't know about me. You can only tell people what you see. You can tell them by the way I look, but you don't know the top of that.
Walk-On's IndependenceBowl.com.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Sports World, your local uniform professionals since 1973. 8809 Jewella, 686-1880.
11:30 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on 11:30 The Tiger. It is Tuesday, December 10th. It's 12/10/19. You add 10 and 12, you get 19. The last time we'll have this in the next 3 centuries. You add the 2 numbers up and you get the year. How you like that? Roger's Hampton. A little astrological fact for you there. You know, they call me the Zodiac. Zodiac something. Wait a minute. I don't think I like this nickname. Not a good one at all. Little Dirtfoot to get our day started. We appreciate the fine boys from Dirtfoot. Yeah. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, your local uniform professionals. You're what I want. You're what I need. Sports World. Getting it done. When it comes to athletic gear, athletic wear for your kids, that certain somebody on your Christmas shopping list, you know that Sports World has you covered. You know where they're located, right? And you're going to get them at 8809 Jewella, just north of 3132. Yeah. Locally owned and operated, 1973. And joined in Stu Studio by our pal, Rogers Hampton Jr.
Hey, boy. Happy Super Tuesday there, Tim Fletcher.
How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Got here for all the the winter hazard starts getting here. Started raining a little bit when we got here, but then it kind of quit for a second.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was supposed to be raining
I thought it was going to be
all day
steady.
long.
Yeah, I even left a little early to try to get it, and it was still got in it. And as soon as I got here, it stopped. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm ready for round 2, I guess.
Yeah. I don't quite.
But it's definitely going to get cold, whether more rain's coming or not.
Yeah. It's doing that.
It is
already
doing that,
you feel that chill already.
We have hit our high.
Yeah. So giddy up. Adam Hester's in the house.
How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good.
How'd y'all do last night?
We won.
Oh,
way to go. Congratulations.
Right, yes.
I was going to retweet your photo of your laying out of the kits. Have you ever sent that into the uniform guys, the uni watch and all that stuff? That's
No.
a good-looking kit, man.
It is.
That's one of the
Very
better
proud of
high
it.
school soccer uniforms I think I've seen.
Thank you.
Very Dortmund-like.
Yeah. Some inspiration there.
See what I did there, Rogers? I got it right. Because Dortmund plays in the Bayern Munich League, and they
Should've
used
just
to have
stopped right there.
Christian Pulisic.
That's true.
He now plays for Wolverhampton
Please stop.
United, Manchester United, Liverpool, Manchester City, Bournemouth.
No, he didn't. He didn't make a big money move to Bournemouth. That just doesn't happen.
Chelsea.
Yeah, there you go.
Is it FC Chelsea?
It's just Chelsea.
Chelsea ate his pudding. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Did you give out like an MVP last night? Did you like say, girls, this is our best player. You guys, the rest of y'all stink.
God.
Y'all need to be like this girl.
Please talk about something else. No, not after the game.
Do you have a GBT unsung hero? I bet you do. Girls soccer is full of kids that are not going to be the goal scorers that got to keep the ball advancing.
Yeah. You
It's
know.
kind of like the unsung hero sport of all, I would think.
Sure.
All right, congratulations. What's your record now?
6-3, I think.
Oh, you're in NFC East lead. Okay. Running away with that.
We have a winning record.
Yeah. Boys, have they had an
Yeah, they're 4-1.
Look at this. Got Heisman Trophy winners on this thing.
We hadn't exactly played the SEC yet either.
Have you beaten Portland State?
Yeah, last night.
So you got Clemson's schedule.
Oh no, it's coming.
Let's go.
Just hadn't. It's just not here yet.
Speaking of, oh gosh.
Well, that's not changed.
This SEC update is brought to you by Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street in Shreveport. They're open hump day to holy day.
When Joe Burrow is named one of the 4 finalists for the Heisman Trophy. That's a big deal. LSU has not really had a finalist since Tyrann Mathieu in 2011, and Honey Badger finished 5th that year. Here's your LSU Heisman Trophy history. Finishing 9th in 1977, Charles Alexander. Finishing 9th in 2007, Glenn Dorsey. Leonard Fournette finished 6th in 2015. Charles Alexander finished 5th in 1978, as did Tyrann Mathieu in 2011. Burt Jones was the 4th place finisher in 1972. Jerry Stovall was the runner-up in 1962. The year before Billy Cannon won the Heisman, in 1958, he finished 3rd. Of course, he was the winner in 1959. And Joe Burrow will join Billy Cannon as the only LSU players to ever win the Heisman Trophy on Saturday night around 7 o'clock, when he will be awarded in runaway fashion. The other 4 finalists, Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts, quarterbacks at Ohio State and Oklahoma, and Chase Young, defensive end at Ohio State.
This SEC update was brought to you by Red River Brewing. They're open from hump day to holy day. Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street.
Oh, they're open today. Actually, today through Sunday. Tuesday through Sunday. I feel like Goat Boy almost over here. In honor of Joe Burrow, I am doing my Goat Boy impersonations today. Yeah, the back's still a little bit haunted.
Yeah, that doesn't just go away.
No, I thought it did. Actually, I thought it did yesterday. Allie, I got on the couch, got really comfortable. We got like a recliner couch, at the end of it. And she pampered me. She even untied my shoes for me and took my shoes off. Got me my medicine and said, here, just don't move. So I didn't move for a lot of the day yesterday. And so I got up last night. Yeah, it's tough. I don't think I was going to listen to music, watch sports, and scroll around on Twitter. Got some food delivered. Yeah, it's a pretty good life. It's supposed to be what it's like to be like Billy over in the Philippines.
I have an itch where it is pleasant.
So I go to bed last night, and I'm like, okay, get out of the shower. I'm like, oh, it kind of hurts, yes. Palm leaf, please. Feel like Eddie Murphy before he came to America.
Whatever you like. Buck like a dog.
Rough. So we wake up this morning. I try to swing the old legs out of bed. And I was, start walking down the stairs. And then the I-20 road drive out here got me, buddy.
Yeah.
Do the Humpty.
I'm like, I swear, I think my truck is spitting out boulders ahead of me to create new potholes. Man, that hurts. So, just took some more Tylenol. Did the Advil last night. We'll see how it goes. But right now, I feel fine. Feel fine and dandy. I do. Everything's fine. I think it's when I look at you, Hester.
You can look straight ahead. You don't have to look over here.
Hello, Rogers. You're a handsome man. Hey. Holy cow, I want to watch that movie again.
Let's just do movie quotes.
Yeah, no lie. Let's just do the entire Mel Brooks.
Speaking of movies, who's done The Irishman?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
Yes.
Worth it?
Yes, just
It's
because
long,
of
no,
who it is.
3.5 hours.
Here's the deal. If you're a Pesci fan and you're expecting the wild, crazy, over-the-top Pesci, you're not getting it.
He's the boss, right?
And you'll get this. His character is Carmine from A Bronx Tale.
Okay.
He's that.
Okay.
His personality is that, I'm Carmine. I'll be around. You need something, Z, come see me. He's not the, I'm going to whack you.
No.
None of that.
He's the boss.
He is Carmine from A Bronx Tale personality. So if you're looking for Pesci's crazy, shoot him in his mouth, don't want to get blood on your floor.
Right.
You're not going to get that.
Someone posted a deal that if you want to break The Irishman into 3 movies, like a trilogy, they said that watch it, and they broke it down like watch the hour and 49 minutes, and when it gets to this point, stop it.
I can see how people would do that.
Watch it for an hour and 28 minutes.
Because it's a while before they get to Pacino. This is very De Niro.
Yeah, 'cause he's Hoffa. So
yes.
Yeah,
and it's a while. And what's weird about it for me is De Niro looks more like the real James Hoffa than Pacino does. But maybe Pacino just said, hey, I'll be in this film if I'm the main guy. Because De Niro looks like the real James Hoffa way more than Pacino. So that part's a little weird for me. But I could see how they get to that. It's a while before De Niro meets Hoffa. And I could see him stopping right there before he meets Hoffa. And then gets involved in the Teamster stuff.
Huh.
But it's so weird.
So wait a minute. This is a story about Hoffa. I thought it was about Rory McIlroy.
I have news for you.
This is not a sports biopic.
No.
I thought The Irishman was about Rory McIlroy.
No.
What the hell?
Irishman is the,
You got me on that one. You got me on that one.
I'm glad I didn't go into this because I was going to dress up for it, wear like my golf spikes, and have a kind of get into the mood. Watch a couple of episodes of the President's Cup.
You're so bad.
That's what you need to wear is golf spikes right now.
You're so bad. You're so bad. You're so bad. But no, another weird thing about the movie, I was watching with my daughter when she was here last time, and in her mind, De Niro's character reminds her of my dad when he was that age, picking her up from school, the way he dressed, the way he acts, the way she goes, God, Dad, that's Papa.
That's
and I'm like, I'm like, I see it, but I'm seeing the dad muscles, but, they're not the
right.
She goes, no, De Niro's got those khaki pants. He's standing the way Papa used to stand. And I had to look. I was like, dang, you're right. So this is weird. But no, it's a really good movie. But, yeah, if you're a Pesci fan and you're expecting that wacko over the top, you're going to be disappointed. But his character is basically Carmine from A Bronx Tale, the real cool, calm, I'm the boss, I'm in charge. It's everybody else that's whacked out in this movie. So if you are expecting the crazy Pesci, don't be disappointed.
The Crazy Pesci, which, by the way, I think is the daiquiri of the day.
It might be.
Daiquiri Express bringing you the Crazy Pesci today.
You know what? Right now, they better be doing that.
Yeah, no lie.
And call it the Irish.
Eggnog daiquiris, chocolate eggnog daiquiris, all available at locally owned and operated Daiquiri Express. 5 locations serving you. North Market, where I-49 rolls through on Uri, across from LSUS, and you'll find them in the Round Building in Shreve City at the base of the Barksdale Bridge on the Shreve side of the Red River. And right over here by the station, Pines Road, they call it Rogers Garage. And I'm like, well, they don't even have a place for you to pull in. And they said, well, you don't really want to know how it became Rogers Garage. Wait a minute, I see the crime tape up. I noticed Rogers is missing a headlight. And Mansfield Road, with the drive-thru location. Daiquiri Express. Get your eggnog daiquiris rolling, buddy. 6:17 the time on this Tuesday, December 10th. Adam Hester, the head coach of the NFC East leading Calvary girls soccer program. Rogers Hampton here with us. We're ready to rock and roll, buddy. Give us a call on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 320-1130, 320-1130. You can text us on the Bayou Bell Waste Trash text line, 489-7453. And we'll all be back right after this. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser.
Walker Spring and Break, 1041 Jordan, Shreveport, Louisiana. Get in touch with old Landon Gramling over there at 222-0671. Randy Bradford's the Top Dog Big Cheese head honcho, and man, Walker Spring and Break's been around since 1928, so obviously they know what they're doing when it comes to leaf springs, adding more oomph to your haulability. Don't forget, it's stopping season. Make sure your brakes are working like a charm. Walker Spring and Break, 222-0671. We love breakfast at Swoop. Bert Coons, just off I-49, across from Home Depot. Brighten your day at Swoop. Don't forget, though, lunch and dinner, those po' boys. They've got the Buster wrap and the chicken Caesar wrap, the grilled chicken wrap, the garden wrap. Did I mention the po' boys? That smoked barbecue down-home sausage po' boy and that roast beef po' boy are to die for. And trust me on this, you'll love the surf and turf po' boy. The bread is incredible. You will love po' boys from Swoop, just off I-49 at Bert Coons across from Home Depot.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and incredible news story, and I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Employee pricing! That's right. Employee Pricing Plus at the Black Friday sales event is happening all month long at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. On select 2019 models, you can get Employee Pricing Plus all manufacturers rebates. This is literally a once-in-a-decade kind of deal. Seriously, last time Chrysler did this, I was in middle school, and we're expecting this to help us blow past our November sales record. So you better act fast, because once these cars are gone, they're gone. Look, if you're driving a 2019 or a 2020 Chevy Silverado and you absolutely hate it, congratulations, you qualify for an extra $1,500 in total savings. So come see us today at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram I-220 Benton Road in Bossier City. And remember, if it doesn't say Landers, you probably pay too much.
Christmas time, obviously, is a big deal for the folks over at Sports World. They've got your gift ready for that athlete in your family, that coach, that trainer, that student, that you name it. They've got something for everybody at Sports World. From head to toe, they've got your gift giving all squared away. Sports World, 8809 Jewella, your local uniform professionals since 1973. Sports World. Dynamite shrimp. That's what they've got at Rotolo's Crafting Crust, fried and tossed in that house-made dynamite sauce. They've got it. You want it. It's Dynamite Shrimp at Rotolo's Crafting Crust. They've also got a brand new BBQ Big Boy Burger that will battle the best of them. And how about a fried buffalo chicken sandwich, a Bill sandwich? They even have shrimp tacos and seared tuna tacos now at Rotolo's Crafting Crust, East 70th in Shreveport. Mudbugs hockey returns to Georgia's Pond at Hirsch Coliseum all month long in December. You want to stuff something in a stocking? How about a hockey stick, baby? Mudbugs hockey. all weekend, every weekend in December. MudbugsHockey.com. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser.
11:30 The Tiger, Bossier City's home for LSU sports.
I probably feel about like Bon Scott. Bon Scott may feel better than I do. 6:21 the time. Tim Fletcher Show. What's happening, everybody? Hope all is well with you and yours. Rogers Hampton is here. Adam Hester is here. Man, it is pouring down rain. No. We're supposed to have rain, 100% chance of rain all day, and it ain't doing diddly squat
It's
out there.
6:21 a.m. guys.
I'm telling you, these weather guys, they're milking us for money.
Also, it's quite wet out there already earlier. So
I want my money back.
It's very, just get
You know who I trust with the weather? Rick Keller. Rockin' Rick.
All right.
Follow him on Facebook. You'll get a good weather forecast. Uh-oh.
Is that how you do it?
Yeah.
Because I usually just come up behind me and grab his wet ponytail, and it lets me know how the weather's going to
if
be
it's
that
raining
day.
heavily
You
or
go,
not.
80! Oh.
Rockin' Rick is a weather
Super wet
fiend.
today. 40!
But yeah, it's supposed to be cool and wet today. We'll see. I don't know. My gut tells me it's not going to rain that much.
Your gut's not. None of your body is really operational right now.
Yeah, you're actually right. I can tell you a story, but no.
Oh, boy.
320-1130, Mudbugs Hockey. The Bugs are at it again this weekend. They will be at home. Giddy up, buddy. The Bugs at home this weekend. Come on. They just destroyed the New Mexico Ice Wolves. Destroyed the New Mexico Ice Wolves Friday and Saturday. Here's some cool stuff. On Friday, it's Mouse House night. The special guest is the Ice Queen. So Adam will be in attendance on Friday night as the Ice Queen. And Saturday night, one of the cool things that the Mudbugs do, and a lot of hockey teams do this, and I love it, it's Teddy Bear Toss Night. Bring any and all stuffed animals you want. Last year, 2,122 stuffed animals were tossed onto the ice after the Mudbugs scored their first goal. So Saturday night, they are trying to set a new record. Let's get over 3,000 stuffed animals and teddy bears. So when you come to the game Saturday, bring your stuffed animals, not your stuffed shrimp from like the restaurant or anything like that. But how about a stuffed teddy bear, stuffed gator, a stuffed tiger? Bring your stuffed animals, and these will all be disseminated and passed along to children who certainly will have a much merrier Christmas because of your generosity. That is this Saturday, and stick around for ice skating afterward. It is awesome. It is a great Christmas time event. Going to a Mudbugs game. Baby, let me be. Toss your teddy bear after the Bugs score. Get that teddy bear. Oh, throw that throw that teddy bear. We got to get it over the ice, the glass, though. And if you sit behind where the nets are, then move around. You know, it's either that or you're going to have a teddy bear kind of hanging by its neck up there and going to scare everybody. Man, why is Teddy up there hanging? So just bring those teddy bears. Let's fill up the ice with teddy bears. Again, Rogers thinks that is a drink. I'll fill my ice up with teddy bears. All right, so the battle on the border situation.
Yeah.
Holy moly. This is a convoluted mess here, buddy.
Yeah, seems like it.
So yesterday there was a text that indicated that there was a text that was sent out to coaches involved in the battle on the border. Bird's coach, Mike Suggs, of course, John Curtis, JT Curtis at John Curtis, Jerry Arledge at West Monroe. And a text to title sponsor, Denny Rogers. Now, there's like 14 other sponsors as well. Denny, of course, and Landers has been the title sponsor for every year of the battle on the border. So I don't know if this text went out to all the other sponsors or not as well. But it was a text from Wendell Delaney, who has been the event organizer. Basically, Wendell says he's came up with the idea.
So while he was the athletic director and girls basketball coach at Evangel, he used to toy with the idea of having a basketball tournament like this, but he said we don't have enough gyms around here to do something like this, and so he kind of switched it over to football. Not his forte. He's a golf and basketball guy. But he thought, man, with Evangel, obviously, as a football power, especially thinking back in those days, so we ought to do something like this. We got a great venue. And so he came up with this idea, and he brought it to Cedric Glover, then the mayor, who was, as was mentioned yesterday a couple of times, and I completely agree, Cedric is very sports-oriented.
Yeah.
Cedric loves sports, and he loves high school sports. He was very pro-athletics and pro-kids. That's one thing that, whether you agree with Cedric's policy or not, you knew, he was a big Cowboys fan.
Right.
So there was one strike against him. But no, Cedric was, I like Cedric a lot, and he did. He knew these kids that, he knew Tre'Davious White.
Right.
Like, literally. He knew Mo and all that good stuff. And so Mayor Glover said, hey, this is a good idea. Let's get this thing rolling. So they get Patrick Wesley involved over at Spar, and it starts to pick up some momentum. All right, let's get some sponsors. They present it to Denny. Denny's like, okay, I like this, but if I'm going to do it, I want the title sponsorship, because that's kind of Denny's MO. Let's go big or go home.
Right.
And so it took off. From there, it just kind of kept on rolling. And so you had a mayor and Cedric Glover who was all about the kids, all about sports. Well, guess what? His replacement after his tenure ended was the former superintendent of schools in Caddo Parish. So Dr. Ollie Tyler was also, I guess you would have to say, pretty evident, was pro-children. And certainly, liked the idea of kids being at the forefront. You kind of rise up as a teacher. That's kind of what you expect. And so she was all behind the battle on the border as well and was a big proponent of it. And so things were going along swimmingly and smoothly. Obviously, when Adrian Perkins was elected, that was kind of like, someone who hasn't been necessarily in the wheel of Shreveport.
Yeah.
The machination of the way things roll around here. And that's, I believe, more than likely was what swept Adrian into victory, is that he was not part of the wheel. Right. He was, hey, let's something different. Kind of, I think, one of the reasons why we have President Trump. Someone who's not like what we're always accustomed to seeing here or whatever. So Adrian comes in, and I think that in the times we've had Adrian in here and the times that I've met the guy, you got to be impressed with the human being that's done what he's done and accomplished what he's accomplished for a young man his age. And he is also very high on athletics as a standout performer at Shreve, and also ran track at the U.S. Military Academy. There was a change at the in Spar. Like any administration, Mayor Perkins has brought in some of his people that he wants to run departments that were not, that were there when Ollie was there or there when Cedric was there, sometimes through both, maybe even when Keith was there, Hightower. And so he's brought in some new people, and I know that there was some new blood brought into Spar. Patrick Wesley, who I like Patrick a lot, he's a good dude, in October moved over to the Caddo Parish Parks Director. So he was out at Spar and went to Caddo Parish. Wendell Delaney, remember, birth child, gave birth to this idea, the battle on the border, was not an employee of the city, has never been employed by the city, has always been, he was a Shreveport cop for a long time, and then at Evangel as the golf coach, basketball coach, athletic director for many years. Knows a lot of coaches around this area. And as you know, as the son of a cop, if you've been a police officer around here, you also know quite a few people. You get to know a lot of people as a police officer. And so Wendell had a lot of contacts, has a lot of contacts. Patrick moves out of Spar. Wendell and Patrick were tied at the hip on this deal. They've been together working on this. And if you ever went to a battle on the border, if you saw Patrick Wesley, you probably saw Wendell Delaney, and vice versa. And Denny Rogers somewhere nearby as well, because Denny loves the battle on the border.
Yep.
Loves it. There's a reason why he keeps sponsoring this. He's not selling Dodge Chargers because he's sponsoring the Battle on the Border. You know, there's not somebody coming in from Deerfield Beach who goes, oh, Landers, well, I want to buy me a couple of cars before I head back to Florida. You know, it's kind of like the Athlete of the Week. Denny does this because he wants to support kids. And he said that the Battle on the Border was one of the last things that he and his late wife, Renee, kind of came together on and said, this is what we got to do. Because Denny was big with the Battle Wings. He was big with the Mud Bugs. And he said when the Mud Bugs went dark in 2012, when the franchise folded as a CHL entity, he said, Renee kind of said, Denny, high school sports is your wheelhouse. That's where we need to be. And so he was like, this is perfect. Battle on the Border.
Yep.
Athlete of the Week. Let's roll.
Makes sense.
All right. So we've got everything kind of laid out here, right? So Patrick Wesley leaves Spar, and according to Wendell Delaney, and I haven't talked to Patrick yet, according to Wendell, when Patrick was leaving, he said, hey, here's all the information I've got for you on the Battle on the Border. Here are contract information, here are game dates, here's all this stuff. I'm going to tell you, you need to call two people, Wendell Delaney and Denny Rogers. Get in touch with them. They run this thing. They know how to do it. They'll help you get everything squared away.
Mm-hmm.
That was allegedly in October, after the Battle on the Border had completed in September,
yep.
right? Second week of the season.
Yeah, second week of the season. Yep.
Wendell Delaney had a buddy of mine who said, look, I know Wendell, known him for a long time. He told me during the Battle on the Border he was not happy with the attendance because it was down to about 24,000 this year. And he didn't feel like there was a lot of support from the city. Didn't feel like the city had really reached out and kind of bridged the gap from one administration to the next, and Patrick no longer being there. You know, that was already kind of in the works. Wasn't happy with the way the city, basically the mayor's office, hadn't really approached him about keeping this thing rolling. And then he was also agitated about the attendance and said, he goes, look, it's a direct quote. He goes, I'm done in Shreveport. I'm taking this thing to Jerry's World. I got 200 teams that will play in this. All I got to do is just set it up and get a venue, and we're ready to go. I asked Wendell about that. He goes, man, I never said that back then. Witness said, yeah, he said that. He goes, I'm not here to bury Wendell. I said, I like Wendell. But he was already upset about the attendance and the mayor's office back in September.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor's office, once again, whether that's chief of staff, whether it's Adrian himself, whether it's Ben Riggs, of course, who we know Ben, big, tall guy who we see occasionally. Of course, he's the spokesman for the mayor. I don't know exactly who Wendell was hoping to hear from the mayor's office. Maybe from Mayor Perkins himself. But that didn't happen. And so that agitated Wendell a little bit. And I can see both sides of this thing. You're Mayor Perkins, you coming into this thing, you're like, I've got streets, sewage, water, airport, crime, cops, firefighters. I got a lot on my plate. Oh, wait, I love the high school showcase thing we have. Yeah, but bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
Where's the priority? I don't even know if Mayor Perkins has even presented anything about the Battle on the Border. I really don't. So you understand if he's occupied. Now, from Wendell's point of view, I completely understand that as well. Hey, man, I came up with this idea. We've put it in place. We've had great success. I think I had a chance to visit with Denny for a little bit yesterday, and I think there have been like 14 kids that have come through that are in the NFL that have played in the Battle on the Border.
I wouldn't doubt that, yeah.
And literally hundreds playing Division I football that have played here at the Battle on the Border.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a one-of-a-kind football showcase. Herb Street, I don't think, still does his deal up there.
That's over.
And that was the only other one that I think was out there, and it was a 2-game deal, I think.
I'm not even sure.
So you've got this incredible high school football showcase that has been a kind of a nice thing that Shreveport has been able to present and own, man. I mean, and really the city owns it. It's the city who pays the pays for the meals. It pays for the hotel rooms. City pays for the airfare. City pays the cops and the firefighters. They all get checks from the city of Shreveport or extra in their check from the city of Shreveport because of their work with the battle on the border. All right. I can understand Wendell being a little ticked off. Like, I don't get paid for this.
Yeah.
I'm doing this because I want this to be successful. You would think that somebody would have come over here and said, hey, man. No. Hey, man. That was my back dot.
I wasn't quite sure there for a second.
They would come over there and say, hey, man, thanks for getting this rolling. I understand you're the guy in charge of this. Man, we're not sure how we're going to do it. We're not sure we're going to keep doing it the same way, but we really appreciate what you've done. Let's get together sometime after this and exchange some ideas. Here's how we want to maybe try to do it, and maybe you can kind of help us. I understand Wendell not getting that treatment would kind of tick you off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would be like if we hosted this show for 10 more years, and then all of a sudden Amy and Lisa bring in 3 people down here, and hey, I'm going to be Rogers, I'm going to be Adam, and I'm going to be Fletcher. Well, what if, okay, we're going to do it better, say it, and then we're out of here. That would be similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
Adam. Horrible. Yeah, he's the jokester.
No.
All right, so there we go. So that's kind of the dynamic. So a month passes, and Wendell says he has not heard from anybody. And I asked Wendell, I said, did you contact anybody at the mayor's office? Yeah, I did. I called the mayor's office. I said, who did you call? He goes, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I don't want to tell any names or anything. I said, okay. I said, was it the mayor's office or SPAR? He goes, man, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I don't want to give anybody a name out there. And I said, did you call him or email him? I don't know, man. I got in touch with somebody down there. I tried to, left messages. So we don't know who Wendell tried to get in touch with.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to Ben Riggs last night, and he said he will definitely look into who may have been contacted by Wendell Delaney and find out why they didn't get back in touch with him if they were contacted by Wendell Delaney. But a month rolls by, gets to October. Patrick's now over at Caddo Parish, Patrick Wesley. A few more weeks roll by, and Wendell said, I still haven't heard from anybody. And he goes, look, Battle on the Border takes 18 months to 2 years to set up. He goes, you can't imagine the logistics. He goes, you got to arrange for flights for these schools from outside the state.
Mm-hmm.
We fly them to Dallas. We get buses lined up to bring them over from Dallas to here because the flights are cheaper to get to Dallas, which we all know.
No, Tim, how much are you really saving?
Yeah. Is it worth a tank of gas? Are you driving like a loaded Hummer?
It's a whole nother story.
Yeah. So hotels have got to be acquired.
Mm-hmm.
You got to feed these kids every meal. He said, and because we're doing back-to-back games, it's got to be at Independence Stadium because no other facility has the locker room space to handle this kind of stuff. And he said these coaches want a sanitized locker room when the other teams are done, and before they get in there, they don't want a smelly, dirty, filthy locker room with cut blood and stuff all over the benches. Said you got to go in there, you got to clean the locker rooms, get the other team in there. After they're done, clean the locker rooms. Said you got to change out officials' locker rooms. You got to do. There is so much involved with just the little minutia.
Right.
Because do you know what it's like trying to get 150 kids into a Golden Corral? You know, he said that it's. I was like, dude, I would not want to do that to save my life. And so Wendell has done this, and Patrick Wesley.
And like the Bayou Bill Waste Trash text line says, Clint Hortman also.
And Clint Hortman was big on the scheduling part.
The scheduling part, yeah.
Hordaddy is the schedule key master.
He is that.
And Hordaddy has been in it as well from day one.
Yeah.
From the scheduling aspect, absolutely. All right, so November gets around, and as Wendell said, he goes, look, man, it usually takes 18 months to 2 years to get this stuff going. And he goes, and here we are in November, and I haven't heard from the city. They haven't contacted the coaches that we have under contract, which is Arledge at West Monroe, J.T. Curtis at John Curtis, Mike Suggs at Byrd, as well as Catholic High and Zachary. So those guys haven't heard from anybody. I haven't heard from anybody.
Mm-hmm.
He said, so I'm thinking there's no way they're going to be able to pull this off. Wait another week. Still haven't heard. He goes, On November 20th, I said, there's no way they're going to be able to do this. I don't want my name attached to it because it's going to fail. I'm afraid for Denny to have his name attached to it with Landers because it's going to fail. And it's never failed before with Landers' name attached. He said, so I sent a text to Denny. I sent a text to the coaches. And I said, hey, this thing's off. No battle on the border. And so, of course, that leaves the coaches going, what?
Right.
Oh, wait a minute. We got a week 2 opponent. We were going to be playing at the battle on the border. Now we got to try to find a week 2 opponent in Louisiana. This is the second year of the 2-year cycle. Schedules are made every 2 years. Redistricting and schedules. And this is going to be the second year of it, so you can't find the Louisiana school around who already didn't have an opponent.
Right.
And so, as it was mentioned to me by a coach, you got to start going to Texas. Those guys do it they're in the opposite year of their.
But then you're not going to get the second game.
Right.
So it's
a 1-year or a 3-year deal with Texas
basically
schools.
West Monroe and Bird is going to have to play.
Or West Monroe and Curtis, or Bird and Zachary.
Well, yeah, Zach. Well, no, you'd probably go West Monroe, Bird, Zachary, Curtis just for the travel sake of it. But then you got to find a neutral site, maybe,
right?
Because you're not going to get a second game.
And there's some logistics with there. Where do you play Bird, West Monroe? Because
the battle on the border site, maybe. I don't know.
Not the worst idea,
right? Or Tech, I guess.
So these coaches are like, well, crud. All right, well, I guess we got to start working on opponents.
Yeah.
And I know that one of the schools has kind of lined up an opponent that's still playing, though, in the playoffs right now in a neighboring state that they can't finalize anything with until they're done with that.
Right.
Because they don't want to, obviously, disrupt what they've got going. And so then it comes to light yesterday. And here's where I'm fortunate and glad that the anonymous texter sent us in the text yesterday and got the ball rolling, because if we hadn't brought this up, this thing definitely is dead. Okay? Because they're going to sign an agreement with that school in Texas.
Yeah.
The other coaches are already looking for other opponents. And they're going to sign contracts with these people and not be able to get out of them. And the city was going to wake up in January, February and go, oh, yeah, that battle on the border, who's supposed to be in charge of that thing? Because it was not a high priority for them.
Right.
Once again, I understand that. Okay? All right. So now, get in touch with the mayor's office. Talking to Ben Riggs quite a bit. Talked to Wendell. Left messages for Joe Miro, who is kind of like learned a little bit under Patrick and is now in the Parks and Recreation department there.
So who's running the Parks department?
Still Shelley Regal.
Okay.
And left a message for Shelley as well.
Okay.
Okay. And for those who were like, well, whose authority was it to end this thing? Well, it was Wendell's. It's his idea. He ran the thing.
What is his title?
Doesn't really have a title.
Okay.
And the city runs the game.
Yeah.
But Wendell has all the contacts. It's weird.
Yeah, because I don't know what would stop them from just saying, all right, we got
there
it.
There is nothing
we
to
don't,
stop. Just because if Wendell goes to Frisco or Jerry's World and decides to do it, he can't take the battle on the border name.
Yeah.
But he can have Wendell's wonderful weekend of football.
We'll work on that a little bit.
Yeah. So he could take that and he could play it in Cincinnati, Frisco. If he wants to line it up and get it going, he can knock himself out.
Okay.
As Denny said, he goes, Wendell could do that. He goes, Landers isn't going to be a part of that over in Frisco, obviously. Now, the city yesterday, they're looking for, they're a little bit of a scramble yesterday.
Yeah.
And so they want this kind of put to bed.
I can imagine.
We want to not have this as another well, I told you, Mayor Perkins wasn't ready for the job type situation. Okay?
Yeah.
Another fire to put out
that
they didn't know was burning. And so try to help them out a little bit. And they said, hey, we're trying to get in touch with Denny. I'm like, well, I know Denny's in meetings all day yesterday. He literally was in meetings until almost 7 o'clock last night. I know that. We know his administrative assistant. We know these things happened yesterday. It was a big meeting day for Denny Rogers yesterday, so no one could really get in touch with Denny. But they did find a way to get in touch with him and said, hey, we need a letter kind of indicating that you're in. Denny's a good businessman. He's like, oh, into what? Do we know who's going to play? Well, we're going to try to solicit teams now. But don't you have kind of a letter? They were told that Denny had this letter that they used to send out to prospective teams. It's kind of what we do here. Like if I go to talk to a business about advertising on the show, we give them a one sheet, gives them the rates. I've got some testimonials. Here's why you should sponsor our show or Patrick's show or JJ and Ben or Hanging with Esther. At least the audience. Mm-hmm. Here's what other sponsors are saying about what happens, the good things about them. Denny's got something like that for these other schools out there that if they want to be a part of the battle on the border, well, here's why you should do it. Look at the exposure. Look at the competition. Look how cool it would be to play against this team and that team and that team. Look at the matchups we've had. Look at these guys that are playing the NFL that played here. This is a once in a only thing like it in the country. And so then he said, okay, I'm going to use this to solicit teams. Absolutely. I'll do whatever I can to help you. That's what Denny Rogers does. Mm-hmm. So I get in touch with the city and they're like, hey, we got a letter from Denny. He's in. I'm like, oh. Okay, that's great. Do you have an official statement that I can get out there? Yeah, can you get this out there before 5 o'clock for the news so this doesn't turn into a news story? We can kind of nip it in the bud. They send the official statement. I posted it online. Official statement from the city of Shreveport. We're excited to announce city of Shreveport and Landers Dodge are going to keep things rolling. Battle on the Border number 10. Obviously, you can see where there's a little bit of a problem with that. There is nothing in agreement that says that Denny's going to be the title sponsor or not. I don't know if Denny's going to sponsor this thing or not, but he doesn't know who's going to be in the game yet.
Right.
If Denny called me for advice, which would be kind of dumb for Denny to do that, but if he did call me and say, hey, Fletch, would you sponsor a battle on the border if you don't know who the teams are and if you're not sure if it's going to be just a local
sounds great.
Schools playing each other, if we're going to bring in IMG? If you don't really know who's playing, would you sponsor this? I'd say, no, I wouldn't. I'd kind of wait and see if they got their ducks in a row before I would put my name on it. Denny is not asking me for advice. If he does, though, that's what I'd tell him. Probably he would ask Allie, and I think Allie would tell him the exact same thing. So that's kind of where we are.
Yeah.
The city is now fully aware of, holy crap, we've dropped the ball on this. Let's see what we can do to save this thing. Ben Riggs said something and I 100% agree with this, because I said, look, Ben, if the city's got too much going on, why don't you just let this go away for a little bit and then bring it back or whatever? I said, instead of putting out a bad product. He goes, something that's been around for 9 years, you let it go for 1 year, you can never come back.
It's done.
You can never bring it back. I was like, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely, because we got to get this done. I don't know what connotation we're going to have it done, but we've got to get this done. So they are going to be working today, and I suggested to them, I said, you might want to reach out to a couple of these people that have this information.
Yeah.
Wendell Delaney says he's done with it. He's not going to be working in Shreveport with this again.
Okay.
So they're going to have to start over from square one as far as an event organizer to get this thing rolling, which can make things difficult. They are going to have to make sure that, they've got Denny on board.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what happens. That's how this is all kind of paid for, is sponsorship dollars.
Yeah, there's nothing without that.
Right. When we say the city pays for this, the sponsors pay the city.
Yeah.
The city uses that money to pay all this other stuff. With no sponsors, much like a radio show, there is no paycheck.
Right.
There is no show. There is no battle on the border. So, and I have certainly gotten with all parties involved, and I said, please keep me in the loop, and anything that we can do to help, we can do this. I said, look, if this turns into where you can't get IMG, but you call Scott Surratt over in Carthage, you call John King again over in Longview, you get in touch with the folks up at Warren, Arkansas, And you get Zachary, West Monroe, Catholic High, Byrd. Did I say West Monroe? John Curtis.
Mm-hmm.
And you come up with something like that, you can still do that.
Yeah.
I said, but you got to get going on this.
Yeah, you do. Right
So
now.
if you need help identifying teams around here, let us know. We got a couple of guys that pay a lot of attention to high school football. So, but that's where we are right now. Basically, still in a fluctuation situation.
I don't know what to say. Like, I just don't know how that happens.
I don't either, man. And as someone who talked to you yesterday said, well, if this is something that is set up 18 months to 2 years in advance, shouldn't the 2020 game already be planned? If Wendell gets these things organized a year and a half to 2 years in advance, then the 2020 game should already be set.
Yeah.
And the 2021 game should be the one that we're talking about hasn't really been set up yet. And that's a very good question. And I said, I think from what I gathered from Wendell, the Louisiana side of the 2020 battle on the border is set with Catholic High, Zachary, Byrd, West Monroe, John Curtis, all under contract. What they haven't got are the opponents.
Yeah.
So that's
the issue.
That's the issue. So there you go. That's all I know for battle on the border right now.
I mean,
I would still say it's a coin toss whether it's going to be a battle on the border 10.
Yeah. Because if those people are no longer involved, I have little faith that whoever they bring in to make these decisions is going to have a clue.
Right.
About how this works. They better go. Can't. They need to be on the phone with Clint Hortman right now.
Clint Hortman.
Like 8 a.m.
Yes.
The phone needs to be ringing. And, I mean, if not, I guess worst comes to worst, you could play the Louisiana teams against each other. Obviously, that's fewer games and all that. But
and here's the other thing, and this is one thing that I know that Denny, one of the things that he likes about this is how much of money it makes for the schools.
Yeah.
Because if they sell the tickets at the school, they keep all the money.
Right.
And so they sell $10 tickets. Imagine if when Captain Shreve was in it, they sold 4,000 tickets. That's $40,000 for that athletic program. You know, Adam, how much of a financial windfall that is for a high school program.
Sure.
Parkway, when they were in it, sold 3,500 tickets, 4,000 tickets. That's $35,000. Even if they only sell the $7 tickets, that's still 3,000 tickets. That's $21,000. Yeah. That's a lot more than you'll get on any gate all season long. That's 4 gates. So I know Denny says, I want this to continue because I know how good it is for schools. And he said, I know high school football fans. He goes, I'm a high school football fan. I go out there and I just watch these kids. I'm like, that kid, that's the one going to Auburn. That's the kid going to Louisville. That's the kid going. He goes, I love that aspect of it.
No, that team that played Zachary last year, Deerfield Beach, I think.
16 D1 athletes.
Something ridiculous like
14
that.
or 16 commits.
I mean, that's fantastic.
Yes.
And, I don't know how you fix the attendance issue because I know they don't have great crowds, but also you have to have, for it to look like you've got a great crowd, you got 25,000 people. It's a big stadium.
Right.
But
you can't put it at Lee Hedges because the locker rooms aren't big.
No, it has to be at Independence. There's no question about that. And I get not being happy about the attendance, but also I think we have to just kind of look beyond that because it's not going to look great attendance-wise.
No. The Independence Bowl with 35,000 people does not look great attendance-wise.
Right.
All right. Take a time out?
Yeah.
Got anybody Bell West Trace?
Yeah, we got some.
We'll come back to that. Late for a break, but I just want to kind of get it all out there, let you chew on it, and we'll kind of march forward from this point going on. Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger, brought to you by the fine folks over at Brewer Quality Homes. They've got double-wide Jessup homes. Now, these are the incredible deals that Donnie concocted in his head, along with a couple of other guys in the business. Hey, let's make a home that customers come in and say this is what they're looking for, we know the right quality, the highest quality that we can build a home for and keep it affordable. Let's put our heads together and come up with a manufacturing plan and let it roll. And they did. The plant is down in Waco, and now they are also not only doing single-wide Jessup homes, they are bringing out the double-wides, and they have got them on the lot. 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Brewer Quality Homes. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. And this time of year, there are families who are going to wake up on Christmas in a brand-new home, and that is one heck of a Christmas gift for generations right there. Affordable housing, affordable high-quality housing. It's never been like this before, buddy, how these things are put together. It's just phenomenal. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We'll be back on 1130 The Tiger right after this. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser. Dynamite shrimp. That's what they've got at Rotolo's Crafted, Crust, fried, and tossed in that house-made dynamite sauce. They got it. You want it. It's Dynamite Shrimp at Rotolo's Crafted Crust. They've also got a brand new BBQ Big Boy Burger that will battle the best of them. And how about a fried buffalo chicken sandwich, a Bill sandwich? They even have shrimp tacos and seared tuna tacos now at Rotolo's Crafted Crust, East 70th in Shreveport.
Yo, Jacob Prester here for Gibbsland Bank and Trust, the great banking team. 9 locations across North Louisiana, from Shreveport to Homer to Arcadia, and everywhere in between on I-20. You're going to find a location, a branch that's near you, and you're going to get outstanding customer service. They provide high-quality financial services and technology with that hometown, small-town feel, but with national execution. To find out more information, go to gbt.bank. And also, when you got a problem, you know you can call that 318 number on the back of the card, not a 1-800 number. That's what you get at GBT, the great banking team.
Chillin' Hill is here to help you get over those bumps and bruises that come with that workout. You know, we're getting a little bit closer to the autumnal months. Oh, it's going to be frigid here, down in the 60s and 70s before you know it, right? Well, that means you're going to be doing a few more activities. Maybe you're going to decide, now I'm going to run that 5K. Now I'm going to get into CrossFit. Now I am so sore I can't wake up the next day. Chillin' Hill's here to make sure that you can get up and get back to whatever it is you're doing. Chillin' Hill can make that happen. 798-4325. Oh, buddy, it's Eggnog Daiquiri season. Daiquiri Express. Every location, all 5, have got enormous amounts of eggnog daiquiris. They know you want it. They know you've got it. They have it. You want it. Get together. Eggnog Daiquiris at Daiquiri Express. Holiday season is here, and that means holiday pictures, right? The family's gathering. Friends are gathering. Everyone wants to take a photo. Hey, why aren't you smiling? Oh, that... yeah, the teeth hurt. Yeah, that can be taken care of. Got a tooth problem? We know the tooth doctors. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Make that holiday picture really sizzle this year. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. The Saints have just taken the lead. You're enjoying Jimmy V's Fajita Factory fresh from scratch flour tortillas. You're dipping it into the salsa and it's taking a bite. Wait a minute. Did I just hear the Saints took a lead? Well, that means I get a free beer. That's right. Jimmy V's. Saints take the lead. Cowboys take the lead. LSU takes the lead in the game. Louisiana Tech takes the lead in the game. You're at Jimmy V's. You've got a free beer coming. So keep on dipping that fresh from scratch flour tortilla because you got a cold one coming your way. Donnie, you have handed the keys over to Nate Dizzle. How's he doing?
He's doing, I'll be honest with you, I haven't really checked in.
Is now the time to maybe ask him since he's right there with you?
Yeah, he's here. Hey, Nate, is everything going okay? Yeah, as far as I know it is. Going great.
To me, this is how big businesses run. The owner stops by, asks the general manager how things are going, and he says, okay, so you can go back to fishing and hunting right now, Donnie.
This is what I call crony capitalism, and I'm liking it.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City. 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport and Bossier's #1 sports station.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. 1130 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show with Roger Tampton and Adam Hester. We're glad you're hanging out with us. GBT, the great banking team supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You're looking for, I don't know, car loan? Okay, I got it. Hey, you know what? How about this? Are you looking for a home loan? Oh, man, they got that too. That's awesome. You're looking for just a checking account that gets you 4.11% interest? Well, look at this. That's what I found over here in my checking account. Whatever you're looking for in the world of finance, they have got you covered. Buddy, I love this bank so much. I think they have to get sick of me because of the number of times I go up there. They just solve all of our financial riddles. Real human beings, real nice human beings. Let's also add that in. It's okay to stuff your bank full of, nice of human beings. What if they're just jerks? And you don't want to really do business with them. You don't get that at GBT, buddy. They are all super, super nice people. GBT is the great banking team. Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, 3400 Line Avenue, and, of course, in Bossier City, East Texas, next to the Bellagio. You want to do an SEC update before we get to the Bayou Bellways Trash Text line, Rogers? Okay. This SEC update is brought to you by Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street in Shreveport. They're open hump day to holy day. Ole Miss has made it official. They've brought in Lane Kiffin, your head coach. To give you an idea of, this is a little different. They sold beer at the press conference to introduce Lane Kiffin as the head coach for the Ole Miss Rebels. They sold Hottie Toddies. The SEC men's basketball players of the week have been announced. Vanderbilt guard Saban Lee, 6'2", 183-pound junior, 25 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists to help the Commodores to a 90-76 win over Buffalo. Freshman of the week is Auburn forward Isaac Okoro from Powder Springs, Georgia. 18 points, 9 boards, 3 assists, and a block in an overtime win over Furman. Not a lot of games last week, so all you have to do is just have one good game and giddy up. You're the winner. Tonight, got a couple of basketball games, including Arkansas trying to get off the schneid after losing for the first time this season. They take on Tulsa tonight. That game in Fayetteville, or this afternoon. Actually, it's on the 14th. What? This SEC update was brought to you by Red River Brewing. They're open from Tuesday to Holy Day. Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street. It goes to the schedule, but it's all for Saturday because that makes sense. Finals week. So no games today in the SEC. Bayou Bellways Trash Text line there, Adam Hester. And by the way, Reynolds Moore says Ole Miss never lost a party. That's true.
Good point. Rusty Shackelford, imagine that. Another sporting event dying in Shreveport. Shocking.
Not dead yet.
No.
Still alive.
318. I will not reveal this person, but we both know him. Mm-hmm. The city will lie to you.
Would the city lie about this too? I'm asking you, honey, would the city lie to you? Well, Eurythmics.
It sure was. 318 thinks that the show should organize Tim's Tussle on the Border.
That sounds like leg wrestling or paper football championship. Now that would sell tickets. Put one table out there in the middle of Independence Stadium. 100-yard long table. You got one thump to get all the way down there. A lot of scoreless duels. Carry on, Hester. Enough of your tomfoolery.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. 318 says you would still have the attendance problem. I think he's talking about if you tried to have it in Arlington. Perhaps.
Now, they're not going to sell out.
That's the thing. You definitely would, even if you have 30,000 people in that thing.
But what if you have it in the Star? People in Texas, you know the difference in attendance at state championship games in Texas versus attendance in Arkansas and Louisiana. We get a lot of folks in the Dome, but it's 25,000 people. They'll get 60,000 people for the 6A and 5A state championship games.
people in Texas, I'll give them this. I think they love their high school football even a little
That's
bit
also
more
a
than we
state
do.
championship game, not a
Battle
week
of the
two
Board, right.
type of thing. But understood. Johnny C says, so what you're saying is that these things don't magically happen?
No,
Who
they do
knew?
not.
It
That's
actually
true.
takes some doing things to make it happen. Very interesting concept.
It is. There's some planning that has to go into this.
Captain Asano says that Raj should play Sweet Little Lies by Fleetwood Mac.
It's not a bad one.
I think tying it all in there. A couple from earlier before we started on this topic. Fist pump. Happy birthday, Joe Burrow, by the way.
Oh.
What a year this kid is having.
Turned 18 today.
And B Hall's got a couple of things here. He says, I see the Patriots are up to their old tricks in these desperate times. Also says Strasburg got paid.
He did.
And are we doing a bowl pick'em contest? Please, no.
I don't know. I'm in one.
Be just pulling things from the studio as prizes.
There's the Texans cap. There's the, what's her name that was the goalie for the LSU? Mo
Isom. Mo Isom.
Mo Isom?
Yeah.
Got a Terry Bradwell.
That's
Joe Carter bat.
Got this nice autograph. No? Okay.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins.
Get some framed
underwear through the Tim Fletcher Show.
Old LSU women's basketball schedule posters.
That you could get in. Yeah. Bob Griffin Media Pass, the Shreveport Captains. There's a lot of good prizes in here. Thumbtacks that have been rubbed by the butt of Ben Marshall. He's done it again. He's knocked out 2 more.
Yeah, don't reach for those.
Yeah.
Just let him have that victory.
He gets that win. All right. Okay. So, fellas, just your thoughts on the battle on the border situation.
So I don't know what to say to all that. Like, I don't fully understand if anything was explained other than
I'm just a little bit less or more confused than yesterday at this time. And I heard Fletch talk to coaches and talk to all these people in the background while I was doing production.
Yeah.
He talked to Coach Curtis, talked to the coach over West Monroe. He talked to Suggs. I mean, I heard him talk to all these people. It's not like he just, well, this guy said and this guy said. No, I heard him speak to all these people. And it just seems like there's a lot of hands in the fire and nobody knows who started.
Can we just not have something that gets screwed up? Why do we always have to screw it up? Can we not just have one thing that runs smoothly? It sure doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
I know someone texted me yesterday and said, well, why don't we just have this over in Ruston? Have it over at Joe Aye. They've got the facility, yeah. Don't have the hotel rooms, for one. And then I brought that up to Wendell Delaney. He goes, so we have it on a Friday and a Saturday in 2020. He said, well, in 2021, maybe Tech has a home game on the Saturday. We need to try to do it.
Yeah.
He says you can't ever
Friday game for TV.
Or Friday game for TV.
No.
He said, so you can't ever have it in a college stadium necessarily because their schedules are going to be different from one year to the next, where they may have a home game this time. They might not have one the next one. So you've got to have something where you're going to be able to use the stadium. And he goes, that's what we had over at Independence Stadium.
Plus, that's farming out our event to another city.
And let them get the tax revenue. And I said, well, what's in it for the city then? And he says, well, for one thing, he goes, for instance, so these teams that come here, they don't come just for the game and get on the bus, get back to Dallas, fly back home. So they're either here the night before and or the night after their game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Said they'll go to restaurants. They're going to go to the boardwalk. They're going to go to the mall. Said a lot of these teams that played on the Saturday, they'll stick around and go to a church service on Sunday and go to a local church and then go to another meal. He said, and their parents that are coming in, they're all staying here. They're going to the boats. They're going to do this. They're going to restaurants. He said the city gets their money back in tax revenue.
Yeah.
And in a big way. He said, that's what the city gets out of it. I was like, well, makes sense to me. And I just kind of like the, GeekCon. Any event,
People come, they get money to the city by buying goods from here and getting gas here and going to Swoop and getting a breakfast biscuit. If you've got people coming up from South Louisiana, either on their way here or their way home, they're going to stop at Swoop, fill up their tank, because it's right there on I-49. Oh, dude, they got biscuits and stuff in here? Let's get like 6 biscuits. Clean restroom. Everyone, let's go hit it before we get in the car. Let's go. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Get a couple of coffees, couple of soda pops, get a bag of those big gummy bears, and let's get some more breakfast biscuits, and here we go. And so there's 300 families that are going to be going down I-49 from Shreveport back down to South Louisiana on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning that typically would not be here, and they're going to stop, say 50 of those cars stop at Swoop. You don't think that they're going to say, whoa, we had a big day on today. We had 50 more people buy 6. That's 300 more biscuits we sold. We sold another 500 gallons of gas today, So that's the kind of stuff where it adds up. All right. Bayou Bellways Trash Text Line, Hester.
Trying to stay on topic as best I can.
That'd be a switch.
Or you could just read them.
I didn't say anything that would denigrate you to make you think that you can't read stuff from the Center for Kids Who Don't Know How to Read.
No, we don't have any. And I have the phone, so there's no messages. Yep.
Wow. Adam, will you please read the Bayou Bellways Trash Text Line?
Oh, you want to hear them now? Did you blame me for all this after I left yesterday?
I don't think I blame you for... What did I blame him for? I think Roger said something bad about you when you walked out, but I stood up for you.
You're not standing up for anybody. You'd fall down or keel over. Look. So you're like Ron Swanson when he had the hernia. You can't move from the chair.
What's her name? Is going to have Aubrey Plaza is going to come throw Skittles in my face.
Fling hamburger in your mouth. B Hall says seems like the Delaney guy got mad, took his ball, and went home. Parole officer sends a meme and says LSU will play Oklahoma on December 28th in Atlanta at 3 p.m.
Yes, 28-3. Yes.
It just is the gift that keeps on giving.
It does. The whole year.
Parole officers asking about the battle on the border being at the CenturyLink. Is that real?
No.
Hopefully just having some fun with that one.
Yeah,
we'll play some like arena football.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. I don't know how that would work in the power rankings.
Yeah.
Does the Heisman and everything that comes with it throw Joe off his rhythm? Practice, preparation, etc. I guess
they got 3 weeks.
Guys, yeah.
2 weeks.
Jacob told me the other day. So Burrow was doing some kind of a Sports Center wanted him to do like a live shot deal a couple weeks ago. And Burrow was like, I got to go look at third down cut-ups and film. No.
Right.
And I'm like, no, like it's Sports Center. Like it's gonna take coming. They're gonna be here and it's live. And he's like, yeah, that didn't help me with the cut-ups. Like this is not his thing. Yeah, lost his phone. Hey, we're gonna fit. No, I don't need it. We're good. So I don't think you don't have to worry about Joe Burrow being distracted. He'll be very appreciative and all that, no doubt. Be very thankful, but he like you said there at the end, he is a different guy.
Will he be in the awards ceremony Thursday night for all the other awards?
Yeah,
that's in New York as well, right? Or is that in
Florida?
Florida.
I don't know where it is, honestly. It used to be in Florida. So
he's got to go to that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be a Thursday, and then the Heisman's on a Saturday.
Yeah.
But they do have these things called airplanes.
I know. That's what I don't understand. People still think like, oh, the travel's going to take it out of it. Like, no, it's not. It's gonna gonna...
If it's in Florida, it's a 2-hour flight.
Yeah.
He could practice all day Thursday, shower, put on some sweatpants, bring a suit, get on the LSU plane, land, change into a suit on the plane, get into a Tahoe that's waiting for them, drive to the thing, and now your Unitas Award winner, your Maxwell Award winner, your Davey O'Brien Award winner, Joe Burrow. Thank you. I love it, man. It's LSU's great. Go Tigers. Woo, we coming. Get back on the plane. Get back in the Tahoe. Open up an iPad that someone has prepared for them about some other stuff that they need to know about Oklahoma. Get on the plane. Take off a suit. Put on a sweatpants. Catch a nap. Look at the iPad. Look at some game film. Get home. And he's done. Basically, the time that it would take for him to take a date out for a nice night for dinner and a movie, he's going to go pick up 3 awards and never miss anything. Because we have mastered this art of air travel. He's not going by Zeppelin.
Yeah, like I said, there's plenty of time in between the games. So
get the lead out.
Brush Top's telling us we're off the air.
Are we?
We're off the radio air, but we're still streaming.
No, we're still streaming, but not on the radio.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
So now that means we can go uncensored.
Yeah.
Woo! Shock job.
So Greer. Yeah.
Elk Rider, and I know this was making the rounds yesterday. I don't think we mentioned it, but it was going around on social media. The 3 teams in the playoff opposite of LSU are the 3 teams they have beaten for their 3 national titles. That's pretty cool.
Say that again.
The 3 teams that are opposite LSU in the playoff are the 3 teams that they beat to win their 3 national
that is
titles.
pretty cool.
It's very, very cool.
Kind of cosmic karma.
Oh, wow, how does that work? 318 also Hertz will be traveling to New York as well, so it's all a wash. Yeah, that stuff is not a big deal anymore.
It's kind of like Hertz knows Dave Aranda's defense. Well, Dave Aranda knows Hertz, Jalen Hurts' quarterbacking skills.
And Jalen Hurts does not have Alabama's defense.
No,
he is not on the field.
He does not. I'm a little surprised Hurts is one of the 4 finalists compared to Lawrence or Dobbins or Whiskey Guy.
I think it's just because it's a route in the voting. It
could have just Joe Burrow show up.
I really don't know how many finalists are there?
4.
4. Okay, so it doesn't. Okay, it's 2 from okay. So is this they've taken the votes and these are the 4 top vote getters?
Right.
Or we know that for a fact. Okay, I got you.
They're not going to pull
Oh, I could see him bringing Hurts just for the. Oh, everybody knows who that is. He's the story, even if you, yeah.
Are you a little surprised that Tua didn't get enough votes to be 4th?
No, not at all. I mean,
he missed 2 games. He missed the same amount of games that Chase Young missed, and he didn't miss his because of, suspension. We disagree.
There's only one guy that's going to win this. I get that that's how it always is, but it is so done. I mean, should have been done 2 weeks ago.
It's been done since the Bama game.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he
had to get hurt.
He was the favorite. Right. He was a favorite before the Bama game. I think a lot of voters were like, well, let's see how he does against Bama before. Okay.
Right.
You got him.
Yeah, we know. We've already put a message into our engineer. But we're still
you guys are all.
Thanks for calling. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Greer said, I got it. Now,
if Greer says he's got it, he's got it.
But I also told him that the Wi-Fi is spotty, too. Yeah, this is why you download the app.
Yep, just in case.
And that's why we always have to remember that the app has been downloaded, so we can't just sit here and Rogers tell farting jokes, which is what we did last time, and then realize, wait a minute, we're still streaming. 320-1130, Mudbugs Hockey, taking care of business. 7:20 is the time. I'm a big fan of Cormier Family Dentistry. I am. I like these people a lot. I think they're super nice people. I think when it comes to dealing with a dentist, who knew that there was big dental corporation stuff. You know, Rogers is an anti-dentite.
No.
He's like Dr. Tim Watley, back in the day on Seinfeld. But there are these corporate dental practices that kind of come into cities, and they provide good dentistry. Don't get me wrong, that's fine, but their money that you pay them, they pay their hygienist and their receptionist and their dentist a little bit, but they keep the bulk of the profit. It goes off to the big fat cats up in the big city, up in Gotham. Well, at Cormier Family Dentistry, locally owned and operated, both Adam and Jana, LSU Dental School graduates. Their staff is from here. Their building is a neat little building right across from Albertsons, next to Drug Emporium. It's just a nice local business where, by the way, the portal to your soul is taken care of. Don't let your stomach become a living hell because you've got a foul portal to your soul. Get your teeth done right, the nice way, with the good people over at Cormier Family Dentistry. The most enjoyable time I've ever had at the dentist is at Cormier Family Dentistry. 868-4072. 868-4072. Cormier Family Dentistry, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. Rogers and I will be back with Adam right after this.
So you think you have unlimited data?
Recalculating.
Think again. If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, your data is limited, and so are you. Set your smartphone free with the new unlimited plans from Total Wireless. Get 4 lines with unlimited data on the nation's best 4G LTE network with 100 gigabytes at high speed, then 2G for just $25 a month per line.
You have arrived at your destination.
Get the new unlimited plans. Total Wireless, total confidence. Available at Walmart. See terms and conditions at totalwireless.com.
You can't help but love this time of year. But between the parties, kids' recitals,
Jingle all the way,
and finding gifts for everyone on your list,
and check,
you're going to need a little something to help you make the most of it. Introducing McDonald's new Snickerdoodle McFlurry and Bacon Barbecue Burger. Made with 100% fresh beef and crispy applewood smoked bacon, it's an easy, delicious dinner so you can keep savoring the season. At participating McDonald's for a limited time. Fresh beef available at most restaurants in contiguous U.S. Not available in Alaska, Hawaii, and U.S. territories.
At Capital One, you can open a new savings account in about 5 minutes and earn 5 times the national average. Banking with Capital One means 5 times the savings to help pay for your perfect honeymoon. Or 5 times the savings toward your family's perfect vacation.
Big fan of water rides.
It's time to help make your savings goals come true. This is Banking Reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hey, this is Bubba Winningham here at Chevyland, and General Motors just announced GM employee discount for everyone on all remaining 2019 new Chevrolets in stock. We've got about 200 of those left, so the savings are incredible. How about $32,995 for a 2019 Silverado Crew Cab with 355 horsepower V8, Texas Edition equipment all over the place. This is a great loaded up truck that's over $14,000 off MSRP at $32,995. Or you can buy a brand new 2019 Equinox LT, get 32 miles per gallon, room for 5, lots of space behind the seats back there. You can get that car for $22,995. GM employee price on everything 2019 in stock. Go to Chevyland.com right now to get all the exact pricing details and contact me at Chevyland 7500 Erie Drive.
Hey, sweet new phone.
Yeah, I just switched to Boost Mobile and got 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones. From the bottom, from the cane, from the struggle, from the pain.
Yeah, I got the 4 free phones part, but did you just quote Pitbull's song there?
No.
Yes, you did. Listen.
From the bottom, from the cane, from the struggle, from the pain.
What? I'm just telling you about Boost Mobile's super reliable, super fast network. I'm Barat, click-clack. Now they want to take it back.
There, you just did it again. Right after the part about the super reliable, super fast network. Listen.
Click, click, now they want to take it back.
No, I'm simply saying with Boost Mobile, I'm winning, 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 winning.
That's Pitbull's song.
No one says it better than Pitbull. With Boost Mobile, you're winning. Switch and get 4 lines for $25 per line per month. Unlimited gigs, 4 free Samsung Galaxy A20 phones, all on our super reliable, super fast network. Limited time offer while supplies last. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Includes mobile optimized data. Additional terms and restrictions apply. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
This year, don't just say Happy Holidays. Get a gift that says, I love every moment that led us here. With the incredible selection of Le'Veon jewelry at Jared and more exclusive designs than any other store in the world, it's a perfect place to find a gift that says it all. Shop the Le'Veon Fall in Love event from December 3rd to 12th for exclusive offers, including $100 off any Le'Veon purchase, only at Jared.
Get a promo code or find a store near you at Jared.com. Exclusions apply. See store or Jared.com/Le'Veon for complete details.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric. If it's LSU sports, it's on 11:30 The Tiger.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. 11:30 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show. It's a beautiful day on this lovely, what is it, Rogers? Tuesday, December 10th. Bayou Bell Waste Trash text line there. Bayou Bell, the nice guys who love talking trash. The economic ecosystem of Shreveport-Bossier. Buy local, shop local, spend local. That money stays local. Doesn't go off to some corporate entity. There are some other options for those searching for dumpster service around here. I don't think they're as good of options. I think you get better service. I think you get better pricing when you deal with Clint McCullough and his company. When you talk to Russell Hall over at Bayou Bell, 671-9900. But here's the deal. Even if it's the same price, let's just say that. And even if it's the same type service as the corporate overlords, the money that you spend with Bayou Bell is going to stay in this area because they use it to pay the employees in this area. They use it for the profits to put back into the company in this area. It's the economic ecosystem, and it makes the world go round, round, round. There ain't nothing in the world like a big-eyed girl. Make me act so funny, make me spend my money. Make me feel real loose, like a long-necked goose. Oh, baby, Bayou Bell's what I like. 671-9900. Save money, get better service, no tricky contracts. Local, 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 Bayou Bell. Bayou Bell Waste Trash text line, Hester. You're off the air. You're off the air. You're off the air.
There's a few of those. Thanks, guys. We
download the app or watch us live on the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page.
Go to Facebook. 318. Don't know if you've talked about it, but then you said last night the battle on the border will continue. It was a misunderstanding. You can believe, if you'd like, it was a misunderstanding. Yeah. But yeah, that was kind
We're hoping that there's a much clearer path to the battle on the border after today. If the people with the city that I talked to yesterday do what they say they're going to do today, we'll have a better idea about the battle on the border by this time tomorrow morning.
Yes. But yeah, that'll be up on SoundCloud a little later.
Yes.
Rusty Shackelford, I wouldn't be surprised when put on the camera I hate autocorrect so very much. When the camera is put on Joe, he was trying to say, at the award ceremony, that he is looking at game film. Yeah.
He better be.
Right. Chase Young doesn't deserve to be there due to the suspension. Although I think the suspension was completely bogus.
I do too.
I think that may be the difference,
All right.
Yep. Couple of can't hear you guys. Yeah. Johnny C. There is a Baker Mayfield figure that you can give away for a bowl prize. I think we should.
I like the fact that he's staring right at you.
No, he's looking over my shoulder. Him and Mario are looking at the same thing. I'm not really quite. The Mudbugs flag, maybe.
Luke, Darth Vader, got the kiss pop.
Mm-hmm. Alex Bregman is getting one. Really? Saw that yesterday, yeah.
Does it come with like a drum to beat?
So there you go. And ZZ Top. All three of them.
Wow.
Yeah. Johnny C., did y'all see Marcus Spears crack up when his co-host tried to make the case for Trevor Lawrence being better than Joe Burrow?
Rogers explained that to us.
It is. It's very, very funny. Yes.
Sit down. Sit down, dude. You better quit telling Marcus.
Like, dude, why are you getting so mad?
Now you're bringing the schedule up. He does
completely just idiotic argument by Orlovsky, who stepped out of the end zone, by the way. And believe me, every reply on Twitter was the video of him stepping out of the end zone.
And then Trevor doesn't even make the Heisman list.
No, I mean, the dude's good. Yeah, sure. But what a... Now you're going to bring the schedule. Well, yeah, that's kind of how you determine how good these teams are. Yeah. Oh, dude, 2 years ago, LSU fans couldn't stand Marcus Spears because they thought he was pro-Alabama. Remember that?
Yes.
He has definitely criticized LSU in the past.
Yeah. I remember the little story he did on Nick Saban where he was in his office. But look at that. How can you be in the den with the devil like that?
Mm-hmm.
Because he likes Nick Saban. That was his coach.
He did play for him.
Yeah. It's the guy he played for and kind of built his reputation and got money in the NFL because he played for Nick Saban and was good under Nick Saban. I ain't got no problem with that. But I also don't have a problem with him getting after Orlovsky either. Telling you, I'm still sticking to my guns. Greatest LSU player ever. He's not going to be a unanimous choice for the Heisman Trophy. It's just no such thing. Right. There's too many voters, and the people in Columbus, Ohio are going to vote for somebody else. People in Norman, Oklahoma are going to vote for somebody else. People in Birmingham voted for somebody else, number one. I'm sure that they did. You may even have a couple of Justin Herbert first place votes out there. But I will be curious to see if he has the largest percentage of first place votes in history, which he may very well. I don't know. Doesn't that just kind of add more fuel to the fire that this guy has been a cut above everybody else that's ever come through? You're not going to convince me he's not the greatest LSU player.
I'm not trying to convince you. You're literally arguing against yourself. I just don't like.
Yes, you are. No, I'm not. I would never do that. Yes, I do all the time.
I don't like giving that stuff out while the player's still there. That's just my own. And that's why I've always been that way.
Well, I'm telling you right now, Sam Pittman is the greatest Razorback coach of all time. Mic check. Still on?
No, we're still off already. Everybody heard that.
Now, Adam.
Yeah.
And Rogers. I bring up my man Sam Pittman.
Mm-hmm.
My choice to be the Arkansas head coach.
Who we already know the buyout information on. Blocked his own team on Twitter.
So he blocked Arkansas football on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And Arkansas football on Twitter thought it was funny to post that he blocked him, which seems counterintuitive.
It's a bit strange.
Yeah. And now the Arkansas Democrat Gazette has a headline. Hunter Yurachek, the athletic director for Arkansas. Yurachek touts buyout terms from Pittman's new contract. So that's the thing that we're excited about, is that his buyout is going to be small when he gets fired. Yay! Woo pick Suey! He's not going to cost us anything.
Go ahead, take it.
So Yurachek says he's been very vocal about reining in exorbitant buyout packages. If they fire Pittman during the 5-year term, the UA would owe him 75% of his remaining annual pay as long as the team wins 50% or more of its games. If the Razorbacks win less than 50% of their games and Pittman is fired, they owe him 50% of his remaining annual pay. Yurachek told the crowd at the public celebration. Told the crowd this. Speaking of Pittman, he goes, he confidently told me, whoo, pig, suey. You don't need to worry about your buyout unless you're planning on failing. I'm not going to fail. I'm not going to let down our student athletes. I'm not going to let down our fan base. I'm not going to let down the University of Arkansas. Woo, we're not going to have to pay him a lot.
At a press conference, Juracek said later, Coach Pittman is an old-school football coach, and he shared that principle with me. He had absolutely no concerns for a contract that I think provides really good protection for him. He thought that was really fair. We've got to stop in this industry these huge buyouts of multi-million-dollar contracts that we are providing to coaches. Coaches deserve some security, but, boy, we've let some coaches go that if you look back at their SEC records, we have paid significantly for unsuccessful tenures with head football coaches. I was glad that Coach Pittman was with me to help change that narrative. Maybe this is just the start of something across the country. So the fact that you've convinced your new head coach to take a low buyout, that's a great deal. This proves that he's either going to be great or he plans on sucking so bad that we don't have to pay him a lot. We win both ways. Yay!
Wow.
Yes, sir!
Oh, my God. Somehow
another yes, sir is worse than whooping.
Somehow I was going to say it's worse than whooping.
How did Arkansas go from being in the Sugar Bowl against Ohio State and falling on a block punt and winning the Sugar Bowl to we have a low buyout? Yes, we do. We have a low buyout. How about you? No, we don't. We have a normal buyout for our coach. And then, yes, sir. He made the poor kid who's the Jonesboro athlete. He made him do a yes, sir, and the kid looked like he was being held hostage.
Do I have to? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, you do. Make us look better, please. Please make this catch on. B. Hall's here's the hard-hitting questions for today. He says, on to more important stuff, should I bench OBJ this week in fantasy and play Christian Kirk? It's the semifinals. Beckham.
He's playing with a sports hernia.
Yeah, and also he's trying to get out of Cleveland.
Yeah.
Already. Why anybody would want that on their team, God bless you. What's the matchup?
Who do the Cardinals play? Boy, they have hit the skids.
Yeah,
remember when they were, hey, look at these guys. They're 3-2-1 or 2-3-1. They lost 9 in a row.
At one point it was, could they pass the Rams in the division standings?
6 in a row. Lost 6 in a row.
Cardinals are playing. They're hosting Pittsburgh, so that's not a great matchup. But no, that already happened. That was last week. Okay, it's not updated.
Yeah, that's right. That was last week. Because the Duck
I don't know
beat
why
Murray.
ESPN doesn't update their stuff. Week 15 is what we were in now. All right, so Arizona's game this week is against Cleveland. So it's the two people.
Where is it?
Playing each other. It's in Arizona. And Greedy's still out, right?
No, Greedy played last week.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he got a penalty.
Oh, okay.
I was watching. So he did the whole thing. He was watching. You can see him watching the video, the Jumbotron. Like, he kind of, yeah, they got me. Yeah. He's put his mouth. He was like, yeah, okay.
Okay, that's
yeah, I held him. Did y'all see Tre'Davious, by the way? How stinking funny was that?
That was pretty good.
I love that kid. Ref got a little too, give me that paper. Just having fun. I would start Christian Kirk. I think you're going to be better off starting Christian Kirk.
Let's, I don't know, what's the, like...
Sports hernias are not anything to mess with. And I know
and he's kind of...
mad at the training staff. Baker Mayfield sticking up for him to the training staff. There's just some ugliness going on there with that.
He's told... He told the... I guess the corner that was across from him, 3 straight games, he's told them to come get me. Like, meaning...
Like Johnny Manziel, come get me.
Like, trade me and put me on a different team, you know. Like, hey, y'all come, like Earl Thomas, hey, come get me. It's like, man, I'm just the corner.
Sir,
I don't make personnel decisions.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Yeah, he just starts telling out to everybody, like, sir, this is a steakhouse in downtown Cleveland. I mean, we've got a
come get me
host job available.
Sir, this is Uber. We are here to get you. No, I mean, like, give me the yeah, exactly. I've got you. What do I do with you now? Tell you who doesn't complain a whole lot and just kind of keeps on keeping on is Jarvis Landry. You know that?
Yeah.
He's
you don't hear much about that, do you?
You never hear anything. You look up like, hey, Jarvis Landry's going to have another 90-catch season or whatever, maybe. You know, he just does his thing, quietly goes about his business.
Right.
Not going to make the money that ODB makes.
No.
Or OBJ makes.
No. But I just, it's maybe not as bad as Brown. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm leaving somebody out. But
Marvin Harrison again killed somebody.
I wasn't going quite back that far, but I feel like there was one that was more recent that I'm just not remembering. But no.
Prima Donna kind of. Oh, Dez.
I just. Where's the production? Was he like one touchdown this year? None?
Yeah, I think it was one. I think he's got one touchdown.
And I get he's playing hurt, but he's literally telling the people across from him to come trade for him. Like, he just seems like way too much to deal with.
He's a talented fellow, though.
So is Brown, and he's also sitting in the house, even though the Patriots
2 touchdowns this year.
2. The Patriots definitely could use a receiver, and they're like, no, we're good. We're not bringing him back.
59 catches this year.
I wouldn't have maybe thought it was even that much. It just seems like he hasn't done much of anything.
Right.
How many games has he missed?
None.
He's played in every game.
Yeah. 13 games.
Wow.
13 games started.
Okay.
108 targets, 59 catches. So
let's say if they don't play on a team I care about and they're not on my fantasy team, you typically don't know what they're doing.
His yards per game has gone down almost every year.
Yeah. And how many years in the NFL now?
This will be his 6th year. This is the end of a 6th year.
Yeah.
449 catches.
And somebody will give him, if he's available, somebody will take him. Somebody will probably give him a decent amount of cash. But I just don't know. I mean, of course, this means he goes to the Patriots, and it all works out somehow.
That's exactly
right. I don't know, though. They're kind of losing that mystique a little bit, too, though, aren't they? A little bit.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of people who are looking at, well, Brady can't make this ragtag elevate.
Yeah, he's got to have a tight end in that offense. They got to go get somebody.
Give me someone while we're waiting.
Yeah. He might need 2 of them.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem to be working. I mean, what has N'Keal Harry done outside of that one? I mean, he was hurt a lot of the season, but he had that one great catch, I think, in like the first game he was back.
Yep.
Other than that,
it was a great catch.
It was a fantastic snag, but I don't know what else he's done. Edelman's still kind of getting his for the most part. I know they've done it with piecing together running backs. I don't think they can do that anymore with what they have. Sony Michel is just completely wasted there. I think he needs to change the scenery big time. Like, they're still getting mileage out of Burkhead, which is amazing.
Yes.
Like that's unbelievable that he's played as long as he has, and they're still getting something out of him. But it just seems like there needs to be almost some kind of an overhaul. And if you're Brady, you're like, how many
many overhauls can I go through?
We're getting like when you say overall, like how long are we talking about here? Is it going to be me and a bunch of kids? Like, maybe not that. But they don't spend money on free agents, really.
They do spend money on video equipment.
Yes, they do.
7:44 the time. Our show presented to you by the wonderful people over at Chapin Toyota in Marshall, Texas, Highway 59 North, just north of I-20. They have over 500 cars and trucks to choose from. Right now, and remember this, on this rainy day, you don't want to have to get out and go test drive a vehicle, right? Well, guess what? At Chapin Toyota, we'll come and see you. We'll come see you there. We'll bring that brand new Toyota, Tundra, Tacoma, Aruba, Jamaica, come on pretty mama, a Camry, Corolla, even a Supra. Corolla, Camry, you name it, man. They'll bring a brand new Toyota. Get into my Toyota. I got the Toyota for you. Pating, pating, pating.
Pating, pating, pating. What was that?
I'll tell you later.
Oh, okay.
Shaman Toyota, they'll bring the Toyota over here for you to test drive. You don't have to get out of your own workplace, your own driveway, man. They'll bring it right to you, and you can go take it for a spin. That's the kind of service you get. You know, like eggs, cars and trucks are cheaper in the country. And they have got over 500 cars, trucks, SUVs to choose from at Shapen Toyota. Shapen Toyota. Ken Shapen Toyota supporting the show. Rogers and Adam and I will be back with the Full Force MDs right after this. Brewer Quality Homes is knocking it out of the park. Franklin Modular Homes. This really is kind of the future of home buying, home building, home purchasing, all in one spot. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas, the home of Franklin Modular Homes. It's kind of fun, Rogers and Adam, to see a business take on the big box stores and still thrive like Sports World. You know?
Still holding their own.
Still holding their own. And Rogers, you had a kiddo that played soccer.
Yes.
All growing up.
Yes. And we needed equipment. We needed shin guards. We needed soccer balls. We needed headbands. We needed water bottles. I needed an ice chest. And that was just when she was a kid. It's been there since 1973 when I was 9 years old. So guess what I needed back then? I needed a bat. I needed a ball. I needed a glove. I needed some cleats. I needed a
Sports World,
headset.
8809 Juella. You know, my nickname in high school was the old wood buckler. That's back then. Nowadays, the wood buckling at our house, that's not a good sign. We need some insulation under there, and we know who to call. Brian Rapolo. Rapolo's Insulation. Pier and beam house, hardwood floors, that insulation underneath is going to save those floors. 865-5113, Rapolo's Insulation. The CL on the DL, Cantina Laredo, and the shops at Belle Meade on Uri Drive has become the oasis in a Shreveport summer. Holy moly. Just sitting on the patio and letting life kind of drift through at Cantina Laredo. The food is outrageously good. The drinks are incredible. It's Cantina Laredo. That's all they deal in.
Edge Concrete Cutting. We cut floors, ceilings, walls, slabs, bridges, and more. Edge can handle your flat sawing, electrical slab sawing, core drilling, early entry sawing, concrete demo, and removal. Edge has the experience, personnel, and equipment to handle any job, ranging from large construction projects to small concrete cuts or coring jobs. Call Edge Concrete Cutting at 925-3745. That's Edge Concrete Cutting at 925-DRILL.
ShapenToyota.com. It's open 24/7. Ken Shapen Toyota, Highway 59 in Marshall, Texas, just off I-20. They will bring the cars to you for a test drive. That's what I said. They will bring them from Marshall to Shreveport, Bossier for you to check out. Shapen Toyota. I had a feeling that when I decided to move our teeth over to Cormier Family Dentistry that we were in good hands. Doctors Adam and Jana Cormier certainly are top-notch dentists, but I didn't realize that they had all the equipment to make dentistry so robotic, so futuristic. I feel like I'm the Terminator of teeth now. But here's the deal. Their staff, so friendly, so kind, so warm, and so stinking funny. I enjoyed my dental visit. Who does that? Well, you do when you go to Cormier Family Dentistry. 868-4072, 868-4072.
Attention CDL truck drivers, my name is Clint. I'm with Bayou Bell and White's Environmental. We are looking for CDL truck drivers to add to our organization that's been going since 1981. They have great benefits. Get more information on our website. Drivers, we need you. Come on.
Football season is eating season for the Fletcher family, or at least for this Fletcher. And when it comes to eating, I like a good ham. Oh, man. I could eat ham for breakfast. They call it breakfast ham. I could eat a ham sandwich for lunch, and then I could polish off a bone-in ham for dinner. It's the Hamfecta from Honey Baked Ham. Honey, please give me a Honey Baked Ham. Southfield Shopping Center.
Where Shreveport and Bossier come for LSU Sports, 1130 The Tiger.
former lead singer of Roxette, Marie Fredriksson, passed away at the age of 61. I remember Roxette.
There were two big hits, right?
You got the look, and must have been love.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, this hit pretty high. Yeah, it's over now.
That's it.
Yeah. They won a Swedish Grammy Award. They call them the Swammies, the Swedish Grammy Award, the Swami. 320-1130, the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. G Money joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. A reminder, bring those stuffed animals to the hockey rink Saturday. It's stuffed teddy bear, stuffed animal night. Last year, over 2,000 stuffed teddy bears and animals were thrown onto the ice after the first Mudbugs goal, and some wonderful children got a happier Christmas because of it. This year, let's see if we can get 3,000 stuffed animals onto the ice. Bring your stuffed animal to the Mudbugs game this Saturday. Hello, G Money. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Tim, before I get started, and just to go to that game, it's one of the funnest games of the year. So even if you don't bring a stuffed animal to watch that happen,
it's crazy. Because literally the lights get dark because of so many animals flying overhead. It's like a stuffed animal eclipse.
Being invaded.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 7:51. My $50,000 retainer will start today for the city of Shreveport, and I want $100 an hour because here's what I don't understand. I'll go to work for them tomorrow after I'm done working with Clint McCullough and building beds for kids, but here we go. Several years ago, and I don't know how many you have to tell me, when West Monroe and Evangel played at Independence Stadium, there were 35,000 people in the stands.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? What did they have to do to get them there? Okay, it was a rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
Evangel was, and man, I don't want to do this to my Evangel friends, but they were disliked at the time. Everybody wanted to almost see them get beat. Here was our chance, West Monroe.
We used to feed on that, by the way. Thank you.
No, and it was great. I mean, it was a phenomenal game. I was there. To watch that amount of people come to a high school football game was incredible. So that was great. But what did they do to make that happen? You got some great Louisiana teams coming to play in the Battle on the Border, but you're bringing in a team from Miami that no one knows about. Yeah, they were phenomenal last year. I watched those 16 kids that all had D1 offers play. I got to announce their names, but I didn't know anything about them until I looked at their roster, until I looked at the media guide. What do we know? How do we market this? Okay, we just need to go back and learn our lessons. And secondarily to this, Tim, how did this start? Was this a City of Shreveport thing? Was this a Sports Commission thing? Was this a Landers Dodge idea? How did this start? Who brought it to the table? And who takes ownership of it?
Wendell Delaney said he came up with the idea 15 years ago, wanted to do it in the basketball arena because that's what he was. Wendell is a basketball coach and a golf coach. And so those are his two sports that he knew most about. And he thought it would be great and successful, but we didn't have the right gymnasiums. You got to have, 3 or 4 really nice gyms with great locker room facilities to facilitate something like that. And he goes, so I knew that wasn't going to happen. So he said, what about football? And so he tinkered with the idea, and he brought it to Mayor Glover at the time, and Clint Hortman helped out with the scheduling. Patrick Wesley at Spar was all in on it. They went to get sponsors, and if my memory serves correct, one of the first people they talked to, like a lot of people around here, when you're looking for a sponsor or something, you go to Denny Rogers. Hey, Denny, can Landers put their name on this? And yada, yada, yada. And if I remember right, I think Denny said, yeah, I'll do it, but I want to be the title sponsor because he was all in on it. He saw the validity of it and said, okay, let's make this happen. And so that's how it started.
What's the Sports Commission's role?
I think all they do is kind of promote it and kind of help out with the promotion of it. This, know, so yeah. And the city, from what I understand, what Wendell Delaney told me yesterday is that sponsors pay their money to the city for the game. Like there's 13 or 14 corporate or business sponsors, including, of course, Landers, and they pay the city.
Yes.
And the city pays for the kids, airfare out here, the hotels, they work out deals, probably some trade out for that as well, trade out for some of the restaurant stuff. But cops, firefighters, EMTs that work the game, they see a little extra in their paycheck. And, or they get a check from the city or whatever, because that's who owns, quote unquote, the game here, because that's who owns the stadium. The city and SPAR run the stadium, and that's where it's taking place.
So this is, again, $50,000, $100 an hour. Here's the best idea. Why isn't the Sports Commission marketing this like they market the volleyball team coming to town? Why aren't they marketing this like the wrestling tournament comes to town? Why aren't they making this? And if they are, I'm not seeing it, and maybe it's just me not tuning into the right channel. And I'm a part of it. I mean, I love the battle on the border. I'm just trying to throw out ideas here. This is not criticism. This is go get them. So how do we put all these entities together? And I'm going to tell you, when Parkway played in their 2 or 3 games, selling a $10 ticket and all that money going to the school was fabulous.
Yes.
Like you're saying, you don't get that gate in 3 home games, especially early in the season when you're playing a 2A team that you're really just paying $3,000 to come to the game, but you're paying them to play because they're not going to get that at their gate.
Right.
So anyway, what do we do? Can we brainstorm this? I'm challenging B. Hall and the rest of the guys out there. I would have said Billy, but he can't hear me. To come to the table, let's figure this thing out, and we'll go to work and see what we can do. All right, man. See you.
G-Money is a doer. He's a problem solver. I think that the best solution is for the city to kind of just figure out, do we want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Does the city want to do this?
I'm just having a hard time thinking about who it would be to be the person to do it, and that you would have any sort of faith in. I don't know anything about the current parks director, so that's unfair to her. I don't know her.
I know Shelley Regal, but basically this was Patrick Wesley and Wendell Delaney's deal. Wendell's not a city employee.
No.
So in the city government, Patrick Wesley, who's now at Caddo Parks, Patrick was the guy.
Yeah.
But he and Wendell were basically joined at the hip for Battle on the Border.
Mm-hmm.
And long as, like you said earlier, Clint Hortman, who's now over St. Fred and Monroe, who spent many years at Evangel and Calvary, the great schedule maker known as Clint Daddy Hortman.
Yeah.
And they would get this. It worked. Whoever did what, it all worked.
Mm-hmm.
They would get together and bam, there's a Battle on the Border. It would show up.
To do it as long as they have. I mean, yeah, they were doing something right.
And they were getting coaches to come in for press conferences from all over the South.
Yeah.
You know? And it's a big deal. It still is a big deal.
Sure.
It has not gone away yet, but it's got to have some tinkering done. And once again, I think that to me, the onus now is on the city to decide whether or not they want to do it. And if they want to do it, do they want to do it as big as Denny and Patrick and Wendell and Hort Daddy had it going?
Mm-hmm.
And if they are, then they better get in touch with Denny, and they better get in touch with Wendell and find out, okay, how do we do this? Even if Wendell says, like he told me last night, he's out. Even if he's out, I think Wendell cares enough about the event and certainly cares enough about Denny Rogers to help make this a successful event.
Yeah.
So get some advice from these guys and get on the phones and get some teams located and locked in. Because here's one thing we also know. Name the coaches that I talked to yesterday: J.T. Curtis, Mike Suggs, Jerry Arledge. You know what none of those 3 guys have times for? Fools.
Yeah. No question.
None of those 3 suffer fools. And if you come at them with a half-baked plan or no plan, they ain't going to come up here and play.
Right.
And they're going to get out of this deal, even if they don't have a week 2 opponent. They don't want to be a part of something that's going to be a complete train wreck. You know? So get your ducks in a row, City, quickly. Get in touch with people that you know you need to get in touch with now. Might not have known before we called you yesterday, but now you know. Get in touch with them. Smooth it over. Find out how to get this thing rolling again. And let's have a 10th Battle on the Border and a successful one. Shouldn't be that hard. There's a joke there, but I'm going to leave it alone. Bayou Bellway's Trash Text Line, 489-7453, 489-7453. Adam?
Trey Langford wants to know if the Heisman will make it to TJ Rips.
Oh.
That's where the other one is.
You know where he needs to take it? To Urban Meyer's Tap Room up in Columbus.
Mm.
Oh, you wish you could have had this, huh? Well. You see where if Ohio State wins the national championship, they will have beaten 5 consecutive top 15 teams. It's called the roughest road to a national championship in college football history.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Good for them.
At this point, anybody's going to earn it. But yes, Ohio State definitely will have earned it if that's the case.
ESPN made their projection of Clemson LSU. With LSU winning 38-37.
Make it 138-37.
Yeah. Reasonable Aggie Dad says, it's disgusting. Sounds like a desperate AD and a guy desperate to be a head coach. Still better than $75 million for whatever, though. Talking about the Arkansas hire.
Yes. How much is Kiffin's contract for?
I have no idea.
Does he get a key to the Kyo house? I mean, what's his big incentive there?
To not.
I get to be the Kyo sweetheart. All right.
Just know how that's going to end.
It's not going to end with. No. It's going to end with Ole Miss on probation. With 9 wins.
We're back.
A berth in the Capital One Bowl. And probation. And scene.
Mm-hmm.
There will be an embarrassing episode involving Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss.
You see the report that Malzahn's got his eyes on a new offensive coordinator?
Is it Sam Pittman?
No. Although he should leave to go for that job because we know what his buyout is already. So strange. No, but close.
Barry Lunny?
No. Still very close.
Oh, Chad?
Chad Morris.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Luke apparently is going to take Sam Pittman's job at Georgia.
Somehow he upgraded from being the Ole Miss head coach to the Georgia offensive line
coach. The Ole Miss head coach who can't leave his jacket alone?
Maybe that was a signal. Maybe.
He does the thing with the headset, too.
Yeah. Yes. Where now he's going to be the offensive line coach at Georgia, apparently.
Somehow an upgrade.
Yeah, Chad Morris is not going to be unemployed long. And this is good news for Arkansas because they can kind of lower their buyout.
Right.
Sam Pittman's like, well, why didn't he get the job before I got this $3 million contract? Who, by the way, he's now the lowest paid head coach in the SEC.
Of course he is.
Yes, sir!
And I wonder if that even played a part in the hiring process.
Yes. I'm sure that Elias Spankwitz, Miss Maxner, probably was like, well, I want $4 million. I'm sure Norvell was like, I'm a $5 million a year guy. And Hunter Yurachek was like, we got about 3. Okay. We go, yes, sir.
Deal. I'm your man.
Can you give me, hang on, let me see if I can get a perk here. What about if my players, if 90% of them graduate? Sure. We'll give you a bonus for that. All right, make it
a chancellor.
Exactly. If you get 90% of these guys to graduate, okay, yeah, you'll get $50,000. Sold. He's got 3 country club memberships, so that's a good thing.
This is like the negotiation with Kramer over the coffee.
Yes, it is. I'll take it. We can't put the bomb. What's you put the bomb on it for? And he gets like an $800 car allowance, temporary housing for 3 months, and moving expenses not to exceed $25,000. So you can bring a lot of your crap, but not everything. We don't want to load up. We don't want to have to move you out of here and pay for that. And he's got like, I thought most coaches get like, Saban gets like a lake house.
Yeah,
you know,
they
pay for his mortgage and they give him a lake house.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, Saban doesn't have an $800 a month stipend for a car. Saban goes, I want that Mercedes. I want that Mercedes. I want that Bentley. And I'll take them in each color that it comes in.
Hot dog and a hamburger.
You'll have nothing like it. So they are nickel and diming poor Sam Pittman. His wife Oh, boy. This is just... Sweetie, we're back home.
Yeah.
Making $3 million. We get to go to the country club for lunch. Sweet tea.
I mean, it could be worse, at least, like you've said many times. That part of the state is a very nice place, right? It's not West Memphis. It's, you know, it's there's some things to see up there in Fayetteville. I have no idea if Athens is a cool place or not. I've never been there.
Athens, Georgia? Heck yeah, man. It's the home of REM and B-52s. How can it not be cool?
Many years ago at this point. I'm sure both of them have been back to Athens very often. Can't see artists played on First Wave making the trip back to Athens too much these days.
They still live there.
They don't.
Michael Stipe does.
Well,
Fred
he's a
Schneider
weirdo.
does.
That doesn't matter.
How
The guy from the B-52s is not going back to Athens on a regular basis.
Fred Schneider is there between the hedges.
Between the hedges.
Between hedges. Time now for an SEC update.
This SEC update is brought to you by Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street in Shreveport. They're open hump day to holy day.
Lane Kiffin's contract is for $16 million for 4 years. Excuse me, Dr. Evil. He gets a $250,000 bonus for Ole Miss's participation in Sugar, Rose, Orange, Cotton Fiesta, and Peach Bowl parades or the actual games. They ain't going to none of those games. $250,000 for a college football playoff semifinal appearance, $750,000 for a national title game appearance, and $1 million for winning a national title. They ain't getting any of those bonuses. I like how AL.com, in describing the coaching searches here, Ole Miss smartly swings big while Arkansas bungles search. At least they're getting mentioned for bungling. Mizzou doesn't even get a mention. Arkansas landed a guy best known for yelling "yes, sir" in recruiting videos. Ole Miss landed the biggest and in some ways riskiest name it could. They got the buzzy name, they say. Buzzy? Do you want a buzzy name?
This SEC update was brought to you by Red River Brewing. They're open from
Tuesday
to holy day. Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street.
Ole Miss ran the better search process and landed the buzzy name that Arkansas could badly use right now.
Buzzy name.
Buzzy name. Not only will Kiffin deliver better fan support and ticket sales, thinks he can beat anybody in the SEC. Until he actually puts his players out there and goes, whoa, these guys suck compared to the other guys that I'm playing against. Oh, no, we suck again. 8:08 the time. Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester here. You here with us for another few minutes?
7 more minutes.
Wow. Got Yoder coming. Yeah. We'll hang out for 6 more minutes and let Adam say a proper goodbye. You've been a good and faithful servant.
Having chest pains all of a sudden after hearing that.
Now that Lane Kiffin, it's going to
pack on the pounds a little bit, isn't he? Look at the neck.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. The neck was living it up in Boca Raton.
And the cheeks. Yeah.
All right. Now I see the color of his jacket there.
Yeah.
Or whatever
Right.
I know they rock the helmet that's that color, that blue color. I need uniforms that are that color, just like once a year.
It's not that hard. Not that hard. Bunky Perkins mentioning this picture of Lane Kiffin in his Columbia blue or whatever, Ole Miss blue, and his Ole Miss visor. Applies Salt Life sticker to SUV. A Salt Life sticker to SUV, yes. You know that he definitely has applied a Salt Life. Okay, good deal. Back on the air, folks. If you're listening on the app, thank you very much. For those that are now going to tune back over to the radio, we're back. Thank you very much, Greer, the engineer.
You missed Rogers dropping the F-bomb. It's awesome.
Multiple times.
Thought we had to restrain him.
Yes. Chase Young wins the Nagurski Trophy, and it's sponsored by Lending Tree. There's absolutely nothing ironic about that, Reddit College Football says, since he borrowed money to fly his. Yeah. Yeah. Bayou Bellway's trash text line, Adam, we good there?
I mean, we can do them now if you want.
Let's do them.
All right.
Let's do them. Love Shack.
Rusty says that OBJ is going to be in either New England or Dallas next year.
Okay. He and Amari Cooper.
Dallas, I can't see.
I can see Jerry swinging for it. You know what? Jason Garrett hadn't got we haven't given him the ingredients to cook the roux that he needs to cook. We're going to try Jason one more year, but we're going to give him Odell Beckham and Amari Cooper. We're still not going to sign Dak.
Ask and you shall receive. So somebody did a mock-up yesterday. This is from 318 number. Because Ole Miss is playing in the kickoff game next year in Houston. And remember the Arkansas did the kind of the Cowboys-inspired jerseys.
Right.
So there's kind of some pictures going around online where the fans from Ole Miss want an Oilers-inspired Ole Miss uniform. So they would be using that color in the jersey.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's something. I don't know if you're having a stroke or making. I don't know what you're doing. You have to be very, clear on that.
I was taking a shower last night. There was one time where I almost had to yell for Allie to come retrieve me. So it's like trying to get a whale off a beach. I'm the only 54-year-old who's got to have a life alert.
Does that say Titleist?
Is there anybody here a marine biologist?
We have to start Rogers hitting the Seinfeld sounder in the afternoon. Showtime just says Spalding.
Yes.
318, I tuned in late. Did y'all mention that Gus Malzahn and Kevin Steele were at Calvary yesterday? They were. I didn't know it until later, but yeah, they were.
Eric Reed has decommitted from Ole Miss.
Yeah, and he's down to 4. It's LSU, Notre Dame, Auburn, and Georgia. So he'll have
4 unsuccessful programs.
Yeah, right. 4 hats on the table, and I told him I could bring my Texas hat. He didn't even have to buy one. I just bring it.
I could bring my hog hat.
I just put it on the table.
Yeah. I could bring in my hog hat. It's an Uncle Heavy hog hat from 1972.
I don't think Eric Reed's going to, it's an Uncle Heavy's. Oh, well, in that case, he doesn't know what that is.
Well, he knows what Arkansas is, I'll tell you that much.
Does it?
I think Derek might need to take a look north.
To Notre Dame, yes, you're right, and play against Arkansas next year. B. Hall says the NFL is so inconsistent. Can there be pass interference on punts or not? And then he sends the clip from the Cardinals-Bucks game, where they called it after saying they can't call it in the Saints.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Happened this weekend. I'm hitting play on the potato. We'll see what happens here. But, yeah, it's the same. I'll let you fool with that. But it's the same play. Fake punt, throw it down the sideline, and then here come the flags.
Wow.
Yeah. They're just making them up as they go.
They are.
And the Werder thing is dead on. If there's a rule you didn't know about, just watch the Saints game. Or if there's if there's something you've never seen before, just watch the Saints
game.
One more from Needy Williams. I got the exact injury and location as Odell. I have not played sports since the 6th grade. Can I call it a sports hernia? To all the LSU players that left early last year, what percent of them wishes they could be a part of a magical year? Do you think Greedy was just a little bit of dang it? Oh, well, yeah, all of them.
Sure. Devin had another year. But I always think, would they have had the same kind of dynamic? They're 2 super talented players. But who knows? Maybe they rely a little bit more on their defense. They don't open up the offense as much because they know they got Devin White in the middle and Greedy over there and Stingley over here. Dude,
maybe not.
Let's settle for 21 to 13 wins like we always have because our defense is going to be ridiculous.
Not as much urgency to change, maybe. Yeah.
Right. I think that knowing what you had coming back or knowing what you were losing on defense, what you had coming back, you had to have a better offense this year. So
yeah,
I think there's things happen for a reason.
Two Coach says the receiver was not the outside receiver in the Cardinals-Bucks game, is why it was not.
Oh.
Still. That's
the thing, man.
It's still very just not a fan of that. So if they don't want to do that because they're basically admitting that the gunner is held on every punt.
On every punt play.
And now they're throwing flags on defensive linemen for holding.
Yes.
That's become a thing in the last few years.
But they didn't call a penalty on Emmanuel Sanders for grabbing Marcus Williams, and literally pulling him to the ground.
If the defensive
on a 75-yard touchdown, by the way.
If the defensive lineman can't hold, why can the gunner hold? In the first, anyway, even if it's a punt or a pass.
You've asked a very wise question.
I just don't understand that.
I blame the city.
All right.
Just kidding. City. Yes, sir. Doesn't Eric Reed want to say that? Can I tweet at him?
It's one of those four coaches.
Am I going to be the weirdo that starts tweeting at high school kids? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can totally see you doing that.
Yes, sir. That kind of starting to pick up this. I kind of like that now. Yes, sir. Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. Yes, sir.
Now there you go. People are going to start pulling sponsorships.
$2 Taco Tuesday. You know what I say to that? Yes, sir. That's today. $2 Taco Tuesday all day long. You have a game tonight?
Looking for a job. What's today?
Tuesday.
Yeah,
$2 Taco Tuesday. It's all good. It's going to be 40 degrees and raining.
Soccer weather.
Do you stay indoors while they play the games?
No. What?
Do you have an umbrella?
No. I don't do umbrellas.
Do you have a poncho?
Not a poncho. I got a jacket.
All right.
Have you seen the latest invention that I wish would have been around when I coached and Lauren played?
What?
You know the little folding chair that you fold up?
Right.
Now they have a pod that comes around it.
Sit in the pod, yeah.
You sit in the pod. It's a plastic pod. So if it's raining.
You have one of those?
No.
But it looks fantastic. You can zip it up and get inside this little thing.
Fans and the parents.
Yeah, no, exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, good luck tonight.
Yeah, good luck, brother.
There will be many people
And
enjoying
pray for us in chapel,
Tuesday.
please.
Yeah.
Please.
$2 Taco Tuesday, $2 Tecate, $2 tequila. It's all happening at Jimmy V's Fajita Factory, locally owned and operated by change up. Locally owned and operated. Remember, Cowboys play, Saints play, free beer when either takes the lead. $2 Taco Tuesday, Jimmy V's Fajita Factory, your home for holiday revelry. Get your holiday party, last-minute party plan? Get in touch with Jared over at Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. You'll be glad you did. Man, there is nothing like Feliz Navidad, buddy. A little fresh mix for the holidays. We'll be back with Matt Yoder right after this. Let Swoop Stores brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City. Sports World can certainly take care of your Christmas shopping needs, but also just a reminder as you head toward that semester break as well. More than likely, that kiddo of yours has outgrown that school uniform, so they've got your athletic uniforms, and they have got every school uniform you could ever need. Your local uniform professionals since 1973, your Christmas shopping headquarters for those athletes in your family. Sports World, 8809 Juella, your local uniform professionals since 1973.
Yo, this is Jacob Hester for Walk-On's Bistro and Bar. If you're looking for that go-to place to watch the next big sporting event, make sure that you visit Walk-On's Bistro and Bar in Shreveport on Uri Drive. If you're in Bossier, you can check out our location on Airline Drive. Look, obviously, you got multiple options to go watch a sporting event, but this is the best place. There's not a bad seat in the house. You know what separates Walk-Ons from everybody else? The menu. The food is excellent. They always change it up. They always evolve. They don't let the menu just sit there. That's what you're going to get when you visit both locations of Walk-On's Bistro and Bar.
Think of the money you're going to save once you make this call. 865-5113. Rapolo's Insulation. You've already paid one, maybe two utility bills where that heating cost is kind of getting you. Save your money. Call Brian Rapolo, 865-5113. Rapolo's Insulation. Want to remind you guys, every single Friday on the Tim Fletcher Show, we feature Forkum Friday guests from the Northwestern State University Demon Football Squad. Oh, Brad Laird and the Demons are fired up for another fall of football in Demon Land. Forkum Fridays on the Tim Fletcher Show. Dynamite shrimp! That's what they've got at Rotolo's Crafted Crust, fried and tossed in that house-made dynamite sauce. They got it. You want it. It's Dynamite Shrimp at Rotolo's Crafted Crust. They've also got a brand new BBQ Big Boy Burger that will battle the best of them. And how about a fried buffalo chicken sandwich, a Bill sandwich? They even have shrimp tacos and seared tuna tacos now at Rotolo's Crafted Crust, East 70th in Shreveport.
Don't put your life on the line when you dig. Do what the pros do. Respect the marks. Dig with care. And before you dig, call 811. Louisiana One Call.
We love breakfast at Swoop. Bert Coons, just off I-49, across from Home Depot. Brighten your day at Swoop. Don't forget, though, lunch and dinner, those po' boys. They've got the Buster wrap and the chicken Caesar wrap, the grilled chicken wrap, the garden wrap. Did I mention the po' boys? That smoked barbecue down-home sausage po' boy and that roast beef po' boy are to die for. And trust me on this, you'll love the surf and turf po' boy. The bread is incredible. You will love po' boys from Swoop, just off I-49 at Bert Coons across from Home Depot. Getting chilly outside, warm up with a nice toasty cup of Mudbugs hockey. Oh, isn't that tasty? Mudbugs hockey warms the cockles of your heart this holiday season. They've got home games every weekend in December. Check it out, Mudbugs Hockey. Get in touch with them, 636-7094, or hit the website, mudbugshockey.com. Let Swoop Stores brighten your day. 109 East Bert Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City.
KWKH Shreveport, Bossier City. If it's LSU sports, it's on 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, 1130 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show with Roger Jr. Walker Spring and Break taking care of you. Today is the day that you're going to certainly hope that you've got effective brakes. If you don't, you're going to find out the hard way that, oh boy, we should have made that appointment. 222-0671. Walker Spring and Break, 222-0671. They have been around since before the engine was invented. There were still people walking around riding dinosaurs in 1928. But they had a brake service and a leaf spring service when pterodactyls or brooches or hats, whatever you want to make of this, were flying around. 91 years in business. I think they got the hang of this deal. Locally owned and operated. 222-0671. On a wet, slippery day like today, the last thing you need are brakes that fail you. Get brakes that will succeed for you at Walker Spring and Brake. 222-0671. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. It's your pal and mine. Hi there, ho there, hey there. Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan from thecomeback.com. He's got not one but two Heisman finalists that he roots for. Make it three. That's right, because he roots for Joe Burrow as well. You know him, you love him.
He's the father of one that we know of. He is Mr. Matt Yoder. Hello there, Matt Yoder.
Good morning, Tim. How are you this fine Tuesday morning? Sorry, I had something caught in my throat there.
And same here. We both had the same affliction there, it appears. Well, congratulations. Your Ohio State Buckeyes are somehow or another in the college football Final Four.
Somehow. Glad to start on a positive note today, Tim, with Ohio State number 2 in the rankings and the 2, let's call it 2.5 Heisman finalists from the Ohio State University.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, Tim, as soon as the playoff rankings were released, every Louisiana person I follow on Twitter was saying that the committee got it right. Huh. Every Ohio person that I follow on Twitter was bemoaning the 2 seed for the Buckeyes and the matchup against Clemson that neither you nor I wanted at the moment. So it is what it is, I guess.
So how do you look at it? Do you think the committee got it right, or were you a bemoaner?
Tim, I guess I'm going to buck the trend and say that the committee got it right. I mean, LSU, if you look at the wins that they had, and trying to come at this from a neutral perspective, I think the win at Alabama is what won them the 1 seed. There are arguments to be made for Ohio State. I mean, the wins that they've had against top 10, top 15 teams at the end of the year, if they go on and win it all, they'll have to beat, I think it's 5 consecutive teams in the top 15. Ohio State doesn't have performances on their resume like LSU giving up 900 yards to Ole Miss and some of the defensive performances we've seen from LSU that haven't been terrific. But at the end of the day, Ohio State doesn't have a win on the road at Alabama. To me, that's what puts LSU over the top. So I do not bemoan LSU 1, Ohio State 2, and then all of the other wins that they had this season. Going into Texas when we thought Texas was something, maybe that didn't turn out to be such a great win. But their resume, Tim, from top to bottom. And I think the last statement they make, just absolutely destroying Georgia in that SEC title game, that had to seal the deal.
So why is it that Ohio State didn't play Alabama this year? A little scared? Is that what it was?
That must be it, Tim. Although, Ohio State played, what was it? I think pretty much everyone from their non-conference schedule competed for a conference championship this weekend. So
I saw that. So
that's something to hang your hat on, I guess. We'll wait for Alabama's trip up north. It's coming, maybe the next century or the century thereafter.
And I did see where if the Ohio State Buckeyes win the national championship, they will have had to have succeeded in 5 consecutive games against top 10 ranked teams.
They're definitely going to earn it. And that's for any team in the playoffs. And we've talked about, Tim, how there is a very elite class in college football. And so it is no surprise to see 4 of those top 6, 7 teams here at the end of the day. And it's just amazing to me, Tim, how you just see the golfing class, a team like Utah who has the golden opportunity right in front of them and just lays an egg against Oregon. Oregon, who, by the way, Tim, probably should be kicking themselves had they not let that game get away against Auburn in the very first week of the season. They would probably be that number 4 team against Oklahoma, which, what does that say, Tim? If Auburn schedules an FCS school, if they pull an SEC cupcake, they're playing in the college football playoffs. So, do you encourage teams to go and play those tough non-conference elite games, or do you not? Because right now this Oregon football program is looking at themselves saying, hey, if we hadn't scheduled that game, if we would have played Sam Houston State or Rice or New Mexico State
Arkansas,
or whoever.
Yeah.
That was you, not me this week, Tim. If they
Just trying to beat people to the punch. At this point, that's all I'm trying to do is beat them to the punch. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Oregon has said, Cristobal has said this, that, we're still going to schedule tough games, To me, Oregon's in the playoffs if they don't lose to Arizona State. if they don't let that, I think they had recovered enough to where they would have been right there where Utah was at 6 heading into the conference championship games. And I think if things played out the way that they did against Utah, I think that we're talking about Oregon being in instead of Oklahoma. But it is what it is, and so we've got a nice 4-team field, and I think it is. It's the 4 best teams. I don't believe there is any debate about this. I think these are the 4 best teams who have proven it week after week. You've got a combined, 51-1 record. That's pretty salty.
And just imagine, Tim, where we would be in the old BCS scenario if one of LSU, Ohio State, or Clemson was on the outside looking in of this scenario. So, it's one of those things that this year, college football was very lucky to get it right with the 4 teams. You'd still love to see the day where they get rid of the conference championships, go to an 8-team playoff, play the first round on campus, and move forward. But hopefully that will happen in our lifetime.
Heisman Trophy is Joe Burrow's to win. I have tried to get this little movement going down here. I'm not the only one, I'm sure, but I'm the only one that I've seen. I think Joe Burrow is the greatest LSU football player ever. And if he wins everything, which I think he's going to win the Maxwell, I think he's already won the Johnny Unitas. He's already won the SEC Offensive Player of the Year. He's going to win the Davey O'Brien. He's going to win the Heisman, and he's in the college football playoffs. He's only the second Heisman Trophy winner in LSU history, the first since 1959 with Billy Cannon. LSU has never had a quarterback finish higher than Burt Jones' 4th in 1972. He's the greatest football player in LSU history. Is there anybody at Ohio State that comes to mind in your lifetime where you could say that guy's the greatest in history, or does that spot get reserved by Archie Griffin? Or is there somebody else?
Well, we've had a lot of great football players at Ohio State over the years, Tim. Too many to count and list off here this morning. That is normally reserved for Archie just because the only 2-time Heisman Trophy winner is pretty tough to beat. But, it's funny, Tim, and you and your audience would know better than I, but to put Joe Burrow in that kind of class just shows you how special this season is. And to me, the only drama with the Heisman is, does he get a record percentage? I mean, is the margin of victory just that great? Because that having the 2 Ohio State players there and Chase Young and Justin Fields are going to take some votes away from themselves. Oklahoma barely struggling to beat Baylor's 3rd-string quarterback. That's not really going to give Jalen Hurts a lot of momentum. This is a one-horse race, if there ever was one. So, to me, if you look at this single season, go even wider than just the LSU program. I mean, you're talking some of the years that Tim Tebow has put up with what Burrow has done in recent college football history. And I think just given the weight of what's on his shoulders, where the LSU program has been, how much they've struggled to find that quarterback over the years. And you watch him, Tim, and it gets more and more impressive every week what he's able to do. He's just so in control. I mean, he makes all of the right decisions at all of the right times. And it's really incredible to me that not only is he playing his way to the Heisman, #1 ranking, possible national championship, but now we're talking about him as possibly the #1 overall pick in the draft and trying to come back to Ohio to save the Bengals franchise. It is just a meteoric rise. And this is the thing that really stuns me, Tim. He went to LSU last year, played pretty well, solidified that position, but the quantum leap that he has made this year, I can't remember a single college football player in my lifetime who has made this kind of improvement from one season to the next. I think that is the defining element here, the thing that just blows all of us away. It's just how much better he has gotten and how good he truly is.
Speaking of the Bengals, we'll slide over to the NFL. Saints.
Do we have to, Tim?
Well, I don't know why I'm not just deteriorating after this. I kind of see a silver lining in this. Drew Brees threw 5 touchdown passes. Drew Brees had all day to throw. Drew Brees was accurate. He threw the ball deeper than it seemed like he has in other games. He had a couple of a little bit of extra muster on a couple of tosses as well, as Rogers just mentioned. I think the time off with the thumb injury, I believe that you're going to see a revitalized, recharged throwing, arm from Drew Brees because of the rest that he got because of his injury. And I think that was the deal. Last year, Drew was wearing out. Arm fatigue was a real deal. So, okay, yeah, I want the Packers. The Packers have got to lose a game. Be nice if the Seahawks can beat the Niners and someone else can beat the Niners, and the Saints went out and they get home field advantage throughout, or at least get a 2 seed to get, a week off and then a home game. Those would be fantastic. But I don't know. I think that I will take a healthier Alvin Kamara, which I'll tell you my theory on that, and more arm strength Drew Brees. I'll take that with a loss to San Francisco, if those are the two byproducts. And my thing on Kamara, if they are either out of the running for the 1 or 2 seed after this week or the next week, you sit Kamara for the last game if there's nothing to play for, because he still doesn't look right. So just your thoughts on the Drew Brees and Alvin Kamara mentions.
I mean, the offense was great, Tim. It was fantastic. I know there's some talk about how healthy is Alvin Kamara truly, and it's not like he's been playing bad, Tim. I mean, he's still putting up some decent numbers. Defenses have still got to account for him, and Brees was phenomenal on Sunday. And just imagine what the numbers would have been had Jared Cook been healthy for the entire game. He was on his way to a 4 or 5 touchdown game at that point. So to put up 46 points against what everyone considers the top defense in the NFL is staggering. But you look at the other side of the ball and you give up 48. I mean, it's just heartbreaking because you see so many positives. You see the offense firing on absolutely all cylinders, the best game that they have played maybe in multiple years, and you give it away at the end. It is. I think that's what makes it hurt even worse, Tim, because now you win this game, you have a stranglehold on the number 1 seed. Now you're really looking to get some help, and the difference between being the 3 seed and being the 2 seed is just so monumental, because not only are you losing out on the bye, but you may have to play 2 games on the road to get to the Super Bowl. That's a tough one, Tim. I mean, there are a lot of positives, yes. This team can go on the road and beat anyone, yes. It's just going to make it that much harder if they don't get some help in these last 3 weeks.
Well, I get that. The linebackers have got to get healthier. That, to me, was and that's another reason, and we talked about it yesterday as well, why I'm just not like, oh, man, the Saints are the 3rd or 4th best team in the NFC. I just don't buy that. I still think they're one of the 2 best teams in the conference, because if the Saints linebacking core was healthy for this game, then the 49ers aren't running just wide open on drag routes and slant routes all day long. And I think there was also going to be better tackling as opposed to giving up, 6.8 yards per carry, 6.6 yards per carry. I think that goes down if the Saints linebackers were in place. So, I know every team can point to injuries this time of the season, but I think that if everyone else can do it, then why can't the Saints? The Saints defense was not necessarily decimated, but certainly was hurt by some folks that were absent because of injury. They'll be healthy when the playoffs roll around. That's what matters most. Even if the Saints, I'm saying if the Saints limp home with 4 straight losses, they lose at home to the Colts on Monday, they lose to Tennessee on the road and lose to Carolina, I still feel pretty good about this team, because any 60-minute period of time, they can be the best team in the NFL. The Eagles can't do that. Cowboys can't do that. I don't think the Patriots right now can do that. Bills can't do it. I don't think the Chiefs can do it. I think the Ravens, the Niners, and the Saints are the 3 teams that, if they play as good as they can play, nobody's going to beat them, or they're going to, unless they're playing one of those other teams that I feel is pretty unbeatable.
Tim, I think the Saints are in that class, but here's the one thing that I take away from this game. It is yet another game where the Saints defense is on the field in the final 2 minutes, with a chance to put the game away, and they can't do it. I think for as good as you played, as much as you went back and forth with the 49ers, as much as a heavyweight contest as it was, this is yet one more example, and I don't know why this franchise snakebit in this way, that you have the defense on the field, one stop wins you the game, and they just can't get you the stop. And I know a lot of Saints fans are thinking, Tim, we've seen this happen way too many times over the years. Mm-hmm. Way too many times. Mm-hmm. I mean, this was almost a weekly occurrence back in the middle part of the decade when the Saints were 7-9. But I actually did some research on this because, I needed to therapeutically work this out in my mind if this is just real or if this is something I'm just imagining. So I went back and looked, Tim, since the Super Bowl, the last 10 years this decade, you know how many times the Saints defense has been on the field, tied or leading, under 2 minutes to go in regulation or overtime, and lost the game?
You're going to tell me, aren't you?
It's happened 16 times. 16
we
games.
brought that up yesterday, and then is that a longevity deal? Can you just...
Well, and here's the thing, Tim. The last 3 times it's happened, Minneapolis Miracle, NFC Championship game against the Rams, and last Sunday against the 49ers. But then I looked a little more into it, Tim, and even if you start at last year's postseason, this exact scenario, so Saints defense on the field, chance to win the game, final 2 minutes, overtime, it's happened 13 times. Saints have played a lot of close games, but 13 times since the Eagles game in the playoffs right before the Minneapolis Miracle. Saints are actually 10-3. So you think to yourself, hey, that's not too bad. But if you dig deeper into those numbers, Tim, 3 of those wins came from missed kicks from the opposition. Browns field goal early last year. Panthers missed field goal this year. Justin Tucker missed extra point. Week 1, the Texans actually scored too quickly and allowed the Saints to come back.
Yep.
Alshon Jeffrey in the playoff had a drop that led to an INT. The Steelers fumbled it in Saints territory. We had one Minneapolis Miracle. So out of 13 games, Tim, again, the Saints tied or leading, defense on the field, chance to close it out. 13 games in the last, say, 2 years. 9 times they've allowed teams to get into scoring position and either been bailed out by a drop, a turnover, or a missed kick, or the other team scoring too quickly. And, of course, the other 3 were the losses that I mentioned, which makes it all the more concerning, Tim, because those 3 losses are arguably the 3 biggest games that you've played each one of those seasons.
Right.
And when it matters the most, and that's what worries me, and that, unfortunately, has kind of become the defining hallmark of this team, that you do everything possible for 58 minutes to win a game, win important games, win the most important games, and you just can't close the deal. And God bless Marcus Williams. He's going to turn into our Leon Lett if he gets into another highlight play with an offensive player doing something miraculous against him. It's
Matt Yoder.
So that's what I come back to, Tim. I mean,
I get it.
I can't.
And see,
can't take away anything else from that game.
That's the thing that we talked about on Monday. Kittle's pony ride, down the sideline is one thing. If you just tackle him, even if he gets the first down, if you just make that stop, they're still on the 35-yard line. There's now 35 seconds to play. They've used their last timeout, or I think that would have been their last timeout. And they still have to cover 35, 40 yards with no timeouts. And they would then have to make a kick of 47 to 55 yards. And so that's the thing that bothered me more than anything else, is that you don't make the tackle when you've got to make the tackle at the point of contact. He catches it. Hard to stop a 4th and 2, 4th and 1 in open field when it's desperate times for the offense. They've got too many options. It really is hard to stop them. So what bothered me? He caught it. But he didn't make the tackle. I was like, oh, man, get him out of it. And then we all know what happened after that. It's going to turn George Kittle into a folk hero. But that's the stuff that I just wish just make the basic plays. That's all you got to do. Make basic plays.
Right, Tim, and that just shows how thin the margin of error is. But too many times we see the basic play not being made.
Right.
You know, so go back to the Minneapolis Miracle. All you got to do is just knock it down, just make a tackle, and it's the same thing on Sunday. You know, I can't quite remember who it was exactly in coverage. I think it was C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but he just falls down right after George Kittle, and there's just nobody else within the same zip code of him. You make that play, you still have an extremely good chance of winning, but it just gets away from you. And I know I was watching that game, Tim, thinking, please, God, don't let them score too quickly and give the San Francisco offense another chance, because I've seen this movie so many times over the years.
Too many times.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So, the Saints have to take some positives out of this game, continue to grow on offense, get in that rhythm. If Jared Cook can come back from the concussion and keep producing at this level, a healthy Drew Brees, there's a lot moving forward that you can take confidence in. But unfortunately, Tim, what you can't take confidence in is if the Saints get in the playoffs and get in a win-or-go-home situation, and that defense is on the field trying to win a game, can they do it?
We will find out
That's
soon.
going to hang over this team, Tim, until – and I know there have been situations where you've done it. The playoff against the Panthers. Technically, you can include the Falcons game on Thanksgiving night, even though you gave up as a defense 2 touchdowns and 2 onside kicks to even get in that situation. But it is a very concerning trend that has just haunted this franchise for a long, long time.
Matty Yoder, Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan. Comeback.com. Before we let you go, what's happening on the Comeback.com today, sir?
Well, Tim, we mentioned the Bengals earlier, and if there was one team that you didn't think the Patriots needed to cheat against to win a game, was the Cincinnati Bengals. And yet now we have this weird kind of amateur Spygate thing with the Patriots web people filming the Bengals sidelines and the Browns letting them do this series for an advanced scout. And it all just seems really odd, doesn't it? Really odd. So I don't know if this is going to raise to the level of Spygate Part 2, but I can't imagine that even the Patriots be so brazen to feel like they needed to cheat against the Bengals. Maybe things are going that poorly in New England. I don't know.
Maybe so. Whew. You would think not. But at least the Saints never get accused of cheating, doggone it. Oh, wait a minute. Matt Yoder.
That wasn't cheating, Tim. That was a performance-based program.
You want guys to play hard, so you give them a little extra cash. I don't have a problem with that.
Completely within the rules of the game.
Absolutely. Matt Yoder, Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan. He will be celebrating on Saturday night like the world will when Joe Burrow wins the Heisman Trophy. 49% Buckeye, 100% Tiger. He's 149% man. Matt Yoder.
When the Heisman, you're allowed to be 149%.
Exactly. That's how you get it. We always enjoy our visit, Matt Yoder.
Always a pleasure, Tim.
Talk to you soon, buddy. Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger, brought to you by Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Go Landers.com. You can get in that order for that really ridiculously cool 3-liter turbo diesel Jeep Wrangler that's got a 500-plus mile fuel range, over 30 miles per gallon. Get your order in there. But if you're looking for, hey, man, I like gas. I'm not a diesel guy. I don't like to hug trees. Wait, is diesel, is that better for the environment or worse? I don't know. I'm confused by this. Bright lights confuse me. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram has also got deals on just the regular Jeeps, the gas-fueled Jeeps. Come on, buddy, $3,500 off MSRP on a 2019 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited. Come on, get you some. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Go Landers.com, the home of the 59-minute car deal. You'll find them physically, 2701 Bend Road, just south of I-220 underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. Back with Eric Conkle right after this. Let's Swoop Stores. Brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City.
O'Reilly
Is your vehicle ready for the holiday road trip? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you save on your oil change. Right now, get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic and a Wix filter for $33.99. Plus, earn double O-Rewards points. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Okay, you know how it feels when you've saved enough for that long-awaited home edition? Now imagine an addition on that addition. Whoa. That's the feeling with Capital One, where a new savings account earns an interest rate 5 times the national average. That's right, 5 times, as represented by 5 times more singers. This is banking reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA member FDIC.
'Twas the holiday season, and in your garage, a brand new John Deere. That's not a mirage. With neighbors admiring your shiny new ride, it's your year for a Deere to fill you with pride. So if additional offers are what you desire, see our low rates before they expire. Now start up your engines and drive out of sight. New John Deere equipment for all, and to all a good night. Make it your year for a Deere. See your John Deere dealer today to discover more amazing deals and attractive financing offers.
So you think you have unlimited data?
Recalculating.
Think again. If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, your data is limited, and so are you. Set your smartphone free with the new unlimited plans from Total Wireless. Get 4 lines with unlimited data on the nation's best 4G LTE network with 100 gigabytes at high speed, then 2G for just $25 a month per line.
You have arrived at your destination.
Get the new unlimited plans. Total Wireless, total confidence. Available at Walmart. See terms and conditions at totalwireless.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and incredible news story, and I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Employee pricing! That's right. Employee Pricing Plus at the Black Friday sales event is happening all month long at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. On select 2019 models, you can get Employee Pricing Plus all manufacturers rebates. This is literally a once-in-a-decade kind of deal. Seriously, last time Chrysler did this, I was in middle school. And we're expecting this to help us blow past our November sales record. So you better act fast, because once these cars are gone, they're gone. Look, if you're driving a 2019 or a 2020 Chevy Silverado and you absolutely hate it, congratulations, you qualify for an extra $1,500 in total savings. So come see us today at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram I-220 Benton Road in Bossier City. And remember, if it doesn't say Landers, you probably pay too much.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Amazing. It's kind of like being showered with cash from above, which would also be pretty amazing. It's so amazing that millions of people a year are getting their cash back matched. They just can't get enough. So whether it's raining down on your head or raining into your bank account, it's your cash back, and Discover is matching it. Discover Cashback Match. What are you waiting for? Learn more at discover.com/match.
Where are you going to be the day after Christmas? Be the Bowl. Start the day at the Louisiana Boardwalk for the parade and Battle of the Bands, and then join the pregame fun at Coca-Cola Fan Fest. Live music by Chawa, a traditional pig roast, and more with tailgating sponsored by Coors Light. Walk-On's Independence Bowl Coca-Cola Fan Fest, Thursday, December 26th at 10 a.m. WalkOnsIndependenceBowl.com. To be the Bowl makes us great.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Let Swoop Stores brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City. 11:30 The Tiger, Bossier City's home for LSU sports.
Everybody, welcome back. 11:30 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show on this lovely, lovely Tuesday. Our show presented to you by the great people over at Walk-On's Bistro and Bar. Just walk on in. You'll be glad you did. Walk-On's has great food. Walk-On's has a beer selection. Singing!
I love walk-ons, man. That pasta Alfredo with the EAUX. Oh. The blackened chicken. You can get it with the blackened shrimp if you want. I have discovered that I kind of tend to stick with one thing that I love. I'm going to branch out. I will do the blackened shrimp the next time I do the pasta Alfredo. And I'm going to love it. I am. I moved away from the buffalo chicken sandwich for a while. Haven't been back to it, you know? So I branch out every now and then. You can do that at walk-ons. It's easy to branch out because the food is, you spin the menu if you want to and close your eyes and just point your finger. It'll be A-OK. You're going to love it. It's walk-ons. The games are on. The food is outstanding. You've got it covered. Walk-ons, whether you're in Bossier City, just north of 220 on Airline Drive, or in Shreveport on Uri, just south of East 70th. Walk-ons, Bistro and Bar. Here's his number, Rogers, and I gave him your number as well. Is that the one you've been calling? Okay, well, he's going to call us then. Yeah, all right. So maybe he'll call us. Line situation with the... Oh? Oh, yeah. Yes. Bayou Waste Trash text line, Jones. I thought Billy had left the country, Debbie Downers. That's why, Yoder, we got to pick him back up. People's Realtor says 900 yards is okay when you get 1,000 yards of offense yourself. You like my airplane reference? You're welcome. Needy Williams said, would you be offended if I called and did my best Billy impression? I miss him. And, fittingly, getting ready to talk to Eric Kunkel, head coach for the Louisiana Tech Duncan Dogs. How about Louisiana Tech's Boston Scott's performance for the Eagles last night? Yeah, he had a move that Janoris Jenkins still can't find his jockstrap. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline on this Tech Tuesday, your head coach of the Duncan Conkles, Louisiana Tech men's basketball coach. Very nice young fellow. A good man. And you know what? I bet he flosses. Eric Kunkel.
How you doing today, Fletch?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
Dental health is the way to good health, sir, as you well know. It's kind of the, I don't know where to start, Coach. Do we go to Sunday and go, what happened there, which I think you know what happened. I know what happened, and you said it after the game. Free throws and turnovers. Or the better news, last Thursday, one hell of a win in Starkville against a good Mississippi State squad. Which of those games, the loss at Sam Houston or the win over Mississippi State, which of those games is more indicative of where your team is right now?
Well, unfortunately, I always say that your last game is where you're at in some ways, but you got to look over the overall season so far of what we're doing, what we've done, and where we're trying to go. And the thing that I try to impress upon our team every single day, and in preparation for every single game, is every game is different. Every matchup is different. The way teams play are different. I thought we matched up very well in some ways against Mississippi State, not from a size perspective, but we were able to be a very scrappy, disruptive team against them, and were able to make a lot of shots, took care of the basketball, was really opportunistic, and unfortunately, Sam Houston State was able to do that to us on their home floor. We knew it was going to be a really challenging game. It was a quick turnaround for us to get back to Ruston, go to class, and then get back on the road and get down to Huntsville, Texas. But, they played a very good game, but I just felt like we really beat ourselves in the two categories. We've got to be able to control and be consistent. That's take care of the basketball, and you've got to be able to knock down your free throws.
You're a guy who loves stats. I'm a guy who loves stats. I don't know if you've looked at a record, but it cannot be a very successful endeavor if you look at the games where you and your team turn the ball over 20 times or more.
that's usually not a sign of success. Is there a magic number of turnovers that you're like, all right, guys, if we get beyond this, we're in trouble?
Well, we talk about percentage, and we want to be at 15.5%. And the normal possessions that we play in a game are typically in the low 70s, and that puts you at about 11 or 12 turnovers per game to be where we want to be. When you play aggressive or when you just play basketball, it's a game of mistakes, and you're going to turn the basketball over some. And we just talk about not letting those mistakes multiply. And I thought in that second half when we missed a free throw, then it turned into a defensive miscue, then it turned into a turnover. We just needed to recover, move on to the next play, get to what's important now, and we just weren't able to do that well enough. And even with the 21 turnovers, it's a tied game with a minute to go, and it says something about the resolve of this team, but it was just too many self-inflicted wounds to really come away with a win.
All right, so the high of the Mississippi State game. Is there a chance that the fellows kind of were, oh, man, we've been to Starkville, then Huntsville, Texas is nothing. Was there a mental letdown, you think, by the fellows?
I don't think so. I think their preparation, I think we got enough older guys to know that these games are hard. We were all very aware that Sam Houston State was 43-6 in their last 49 games at home. They won their league last year. We knew we had a fairly close game with them at home at our place last year, and they had some good players back. So, I don't think there was anything taken for granted. I do think it was a quick turnaround, but that was by design as well, Fletch. That's what we do in conference play when we play Thursday, Saturday on the road, and I wanted to simulate that as we prepare for conference play, which will be here in just a few more weeks.
Well, you got a very interesting game this Saturday, a rivalry game. I think that it's safe to say that Louisiana Tech and UL Lafayette, especially among the fan bases and alumni, kind of look at each other as, give each other a little bit of the stink eye. What are we looking at a UL Lafayette team coming up here to the Thomas Assembly Center for a throwback and attack game? What do they bring to the table?
Well, they've got another really good team down there in Lafayette. They've got front court scoring. They've got guard play. They're going to play fast like they always do, and they're explosive offensively. So we've got a good team coming up here on Saturday that is a long-standing rivalry of great tradition and many, many games played between these two schools. And we just hope everybody comes out on Saturday. We've got our students back in town with classes beginning last week, and we're just looking forward to a great college basketball game of two in-state schools.
Next Tuesday, you also have a game, North Carolina Central. After that, when do you take a break? Because you got games Saturday, Tuesday, Saturday before Christmas. What kind of break are you going to give the kids and the rest of the staff for the Christmas time holiday?
Well, we'll play at home on the 21st, and then we open up conference play on the 30th. So it's typical that we have our guys get back the night of the 26th and have a workout and try to work off some of that Christmas dinner. But and then get back to preparation for our next game and working to get better. But that seems like so far away to me. It reminded me that we have a game on Tuesday. We're still one game at a time here and just trying to have a great practice today. But all those things will be here before we know it.
We were talking to Mike McConaughey last Friday, head coach for the Northwestern State Demons, and he's trying to find a rotation. He's trying to find 5 guys, 7 guys, 8 guys they can really count on, because they're going about 12 deep right now with double digits per minute type games right now. It looks like you've kind of got a pretty good set of 7 with 3 fill-ins on the bench. Is that typically what you like to do, Coach? Have 7 guys that are going to log the bulk of the time, but if foul trouble or injuries persist, you've got 3 or 4 more guys that are kind of counted on about half the minutes of the other guys. Is that the typical minute kind of the way you kind of distribute the minutes on a perfect squad?
Yeah, I think in a perfect world that to me you got 8 that you're really counting on, but then you've got 9 and 10 that are really providing quality minutes. We've had a little bit, not the type of injuries that we had the last 2 years, but Amari Archibald missed a few games early as a starter, and Jacoby Pemberton's missed the last few games. We really missed him yesterday with that, or on Sunday with that matchup. But just trying to find consistency. We're hoping that JP gets back here soon, and then it's competition of guys developing roles in practice and in games and building trust with the whole team. And but I'd like to play a deeper lineup than even than what we're doing, and not having too many guys playing over 30 minutes, but just having great quality over quantity, and that'll be developed over the year, I think.
Coach, I'm just checking out again. Oliver Powell, he's a senior, logging a lot of minutes. What does he bring to the table? Is he kind of one of those intangible guys you like to have in the lineup?
Yeah, he's a guy that I know what we can count on from him. He's going to play hard. He's not going to make a ton of mistakes. He's not a guy that's hunting tons of shots and tons of scoring opportunities, but he'll move the basketball, and he can play both the 4 spot and the 5 spot. He knows all the actions and the plays, and he understands what we're doing defensively. He's got that versatility to be really a glue guy for us as a senior, which is really important.
Eric Conkle, head coach for the Louisiana Tech Duncan Dogs, joining us here. They got a game this Saturday against UL Lafayette. The Raging Cajuns come up to the Thomas Assembly Center. Coach, when you're putting together this game plan against UL Lafayette, are you starting to kind of get into that mode because of the they are a rival, they are kind of a known quantity? Does this almost feel like a conference game in a way?
Yeah, in some ways. They have a couple of different pieces that have changed, but it's somebody that we know. There's, coaches have their styles. Coaches have things that carry over year after year with some minor changes or sometimes more significant changes based on personnel. But it is a team that we know, with personnel that we know, and it's a game that our fans get excited about. And I know our guys take a lot of pride in playing very, very well at any time, but especially when you play teams within the state, you really want to deliver. And I know our guys are excited about this game on Saturday.
Last thing for you, Coach, just a couple of your freshmen here, Isaiah Crawford and Kobe Williams. What are you finding out about these two fellows early in their careers that kind of excites you for what their potential is as a Bulldog?
Well, there's so many things, and they're developing. And with freshmen, with any player, you've got ebbs and flows. You've got steps forward and steps back as they learn and step up to the speed of the college game and the intensity, and then just the workload of doing this every day. But both of those guys I'm really excited about. Both of them have contributed in games. They're getting better in practice. They're getting stronger. They're in the weight room right now. And I think those guys both have very, very bright futures here in Ruston.
Eric Conkle, head coach for the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, taking on UL Lafayette. It's a throwback night at the Tech. So are you going to wear like a leisure suit, maybe sport a mullet? Anything you're going to do to kind of add to the throwback night?
I've thought about that. I don't know if you got anything you can lend me, Fletch, but, it's going to be a fun night. We're wearing jerseys from 1985.
They're
Columbia
sweet.
Blue that we haven't worn for a long, long time. And first 500 fans get T-shirts that look like the jerseys. So it should be a really fun environment. Hope everybody comes out to join us.
It's a great looking uni. That's really sharp. The old, Karl Malone, Wayne Smith. I mean, that's a good looking uniform. I think there are a few people who are like, these need to kind of stay out of the mothballs. Those need to stay in the locker room for a little bit longer than one game. That's back in our days, Rogers, when we would see these fellas invade Fant Ewing over in Monroe with these things, and we'd boo the hell out of them. But still, they were fun to watch, man. Holy moly. Well, Coach, best of luck on Saturday against UL Lafayette and the throwback in the TAC. Tip time, by the way, 4 o'clock. Interesting tip time, but it's a great time. Actually, hey, you can get over there, watch great basketball, and have time for a Saturday night dinner with your lovely lady and your kids coming back home for Christmas and all that good stuff. It's the perfect time for a little hoops at the Thomas Assembly Center. Coach, always appreciate your time, buddy, and best of luck Saturday.
Pleasure's mine. Thanks so much, guys. Have a great week.
You too. Have you seen what they're wearing? That's a good looking uniform. They need to really. I wish they would just go so much more. I love the Tech blue. Don't get me wrong. The
That is a good-looking blue. But, man, that powder blue that they threw on in basketball and the Textures old colors, I think that's something that's hard to top. That's all right. And by the way, speaking of Louisiana Tech, Amik Robertson, named Football Writers Association of America First Team All-American, Pro Football Focus First Team All-American, going to be a few others. There was somebody that speculated that Amik Robertson may skip the bowl game, and he tweeted back at him, nobody asked me. I'm going to be there, I'm going to play in the bowl game, which, by the way, is right down the street. Louisiana Tech versus Miami in the Walk-Ons Independence Bowl the day after Christmas. Tim Fletcher Show, 9:10, 10 minutes after the hour of 9 o'clock. We are certainly glad to have the good folks over at AccuTemp, 861-2255. We had the air conditioning running yesterday, Rogers. Allie's going to be in for she was probably in for a surprise this morning when she woke up. Why is it 63 degrees in here? I've got to turn the heat on. I don't want to wake her up, by making a click sound on the thermostat. That would click. Huh? Who's that? Burglar? And the smell. Dogs are going to go crazy because of the heat smell and stuff. Right. So, sweetie, I did you a favor by letting you freeze this morning. But we know, because AccuTem has been out to check our units to make sure they are clicking along fantastically, we know that when we click it over to the heat, we got the heat. Bring in the heat, bring in the noise, bring in the funk. If you've got two of those three, especially the last two, you probably need to call AccuTem. If you turn on the heat and instead you get funk and noise, that's not going to keep you warm. AccuTem. 861-2255. Locally owned and operated. AccuTemp. 861-2255. 11 minutes after the hour of 9 o'clock. Rogers Hampton and I will be back right after this. The Cleanup Hour. Hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810.
Where are you going to be the day after Christmas? Be the Bowl. Pre-game live entertainment by Chawa, Grammy-nominated Mardi Gras Indian funk band out of New Orleans. Walk-On's Independence Bowl Coca-Cola Fan Fest, Thursday, December 26th. Be the Bowl.
You don't know about me. You can only tell people what you see. You can judge about the way I look, but you don't know the type of
Walk-On's IndependenceBowl.com.
So you think you have unlimited data?
Recalculating.
Think again. If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, your data is limited, and so are you. Set your smartphone free with the new unlimited plans from Total Wireless. Get 4 lines with unlimited data on the nation's best 4G LTE network with 100 gigabytes at high speed, then 2G for just $25 a month per line.
You have arrived at your destination.
Get the new unlimited plans. Total Wireless, total confidence. Available at Walmart. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
You're in charge of hiring, and Indeed has solutions, like online skills tests, which let a candidate show that they're the right hire. Indeed will also give you this sticky frog, which will suddenly leap and stick to the face of the perfect hire. Okay, there's no sticky frog. But skills tests, that's a for sure.
See why independent research by Silk Road shows Indeed delivers 3 times more hires than any other job site. Post your next job at Indeed.com/hire and try skills tests for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This year, don't just say Happy Holidays. Get a gift that says, I love every moment that led us here. With the incredible selection of Le'Veon jewelry at Jared and more exclusive designs than any other store in the world, it's a perfect place to find a gift that says it all. Shop the Le'Veon Fall in Love event from December 3rd to 12th for exclusive offers, including $100 off any Le'Veon purchase, only at Jared.
Get a promo code or find a store near you at Jared.com. Exclusions apply. See store or Jared.com/Le'Veon for complete details.
So you think you have unlimited data?
Recalculating.
Think again. If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, your data is limited, and so are you. Set your smartphone free with the new unlimited plans from Total Wireless. Get 4 lines with unlimited data on the nation's best 4G LTE network with 100 gigabytes at high speed, then 2G for just $25 a month per line.
You have arrived at your destination.
Get the new unlimited plans. Total Wireless, total confidence. Available at Walmart. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
We all have to know when to stop at some point during this holiday season, whether it's eating, whether it may be a little bit of the bending of the elbow, but the most important stop, make sure that vehicle knows how to stop. Walker Spring and Brake is here to make sure you stop at the right time. 222-0671. Make your appointment with Walker Spring and Brake, 1041 Jordan. They've been around since 1928. Stop this season at Walker Spring and Brake. Rotolo's Craft and Crust on East 70th, reminding you that on Wednesdays, it's Calzone Wednesday. $5.99 calzones all day long, every Wednesday. Then they cap it off with Bingo. That's right, bingo is its name-o. Bingo night every Wednesday. Rotolo's Craft and Crust, East 70th in Shreveport. The Mudbugs are ready for you. Come on out. If you've never seen a Mudbugs game, you've got the golden opportunity awaiting in December. Every single weekend, Mudbugs hockey on ice, Georges Pond, Hirsch Coliseum, 6367094, mudbugshockey.com.
1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810.
Where Shreveport and Bossier come for LSU sports. 1130 The Tiger.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. 1130 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show on this rainy Tuesday, December 10th. Got a pretty good little rain out there. What's the temperature now, Rogers? Yeah. I am glad we're where we are. Yes, indeed. Can the Mudbugs come out here for their press conference? That'd be fine with me. Oh, by the way, our little show is brought to you by Honey Baked Ham. The fine folks over at Honey Baked Ham, remember this, they care so much for this community. They do great things behind the scenes without anybody knowing. They're feeding a lot of athletes on game days and have for a long, long time without any kind of compensation whatsoever. And they're doing it again this year, feeding our high school coaches that are on our show and all the high school coaches in the area, high school head football coaches. They're taking care of them with a ham or a turkey this year because they appreciate what these fellows do, not only with their football programs, but in their schools and their communities, and what they bring to the table as far as radio show guests, as far as just solid human beings. And that's what we have over at Honey Baked Ham. Smith family. Bill and Cindy are awesome. Go see them. 865-4411 is their phone number. Southfield and Uri, the Southfield Shopping Center. Your ham quarters for the holidays. Coaches are getting a ham or a turkey, and that's just so stinking cool. We love Honey Baked Ham hams. We love their turkeys. It makes the holidays better, brighter, and tastier. 865-4411. Get your ham or turkey order today.
Honey, please get me a honey baked ham.
All right, Rogers. Did you watch the Monday night game last night?
Off and on, just a little bit. I mean, not the two of my favorite teams to watch, you know, but just to keep an eye on to see if Philly would at least pull it out and tie for first place and try to set up this just scintillating
limp to
NFC East championship.
I guess the one good thing about it, Boston Scott,
yes,
Tech
absolutely.
Practice squad fella who was on the Saints roster. You remember? Yes. He's diminutive, but man, can that kid move? He had his best night, his first big night ever in the NFL. About 60 yards rushing, about 70 yards receiving, I think, or might have been vice versa, and a touchdown. And helps the Eagles keep their eyes on the prize at that vaunted 6-7 record, tied now with the Cowboys atop the NFC East. That's just insane.
He really favored Darren Sproles last night.
He did.
Looked a lot like Darren Sproles.
Looked like, cut like him, tough like him.
That little top move thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was a good win for the Eagles. They got past Eli Manning making his appearance. Eli Manning now has a career record under 500 as a starting quarterback. He's 116 and 117. So he's most likely going to finish his career with a losing record.
Is he done, or will he go somewhere else and try to pull a brother move like Peyton did?
I think he's done.
Think
Don't
he's
you
done?
think? I know
He looks done.
He looks done.
He looks done, yeah.
There's not a whole lot there in the tank.
Yeah.
No one's going to build a team around Eli.
No, I didn't know if maybe there was.
There's some Cam Newton, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
There's something there to build around, perhaps. Like, okay, we
talked yesterday, not even something Elway would take a chance on.
No.
One last time.
I wonder if they think they've got something in Drew Lock.
Yeah. I just wondered if they.
And they got Flacco to come back on next year. Did they sign him to a 2-year
deal?
deal?
He got the neck injury, so that you never know.
Right, that's true. Will he be able to bounce back from that?
Yeah.
But
overtime, great Monday night overtime thriller.
Overtime thriller between a 2-10 team and a
man,
5-7
team trying to get to 6-7.
Oh, jeez.
Now, yes,
they are still on the outside looking in. The Cowboys win the tiebreaker, but
they do control their destiny.
The Eagles win their final 3 games they're in.
Just like the Cowboys do. Yeah,
they go to Washington this week. Cowboys at home at the Giants.
Boy.
Cowboys, of course, have a little bit tougher schedule. They are at home against the Rams, have to go to Philly, and then they get the Redskins at home. Which one? Who you liking in this one? Seriously. Who in the world do you think's going to end up winning the NFC East, Rogers? Who do you think's going to win the NFC East?
Just because that Philly game
being there, yeah.
Because you know the weather's going to be lovely.
Yes. Just loverly. EH joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Hello, EH. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, dude?
It's all you.
Hey, I'm kind of with you. I mean, it takes me a day, or it didn't even take me a day to get over the loss because we won so many games by, as Yoder pointed out, by the living on the sword, you die by the sword. Missed field goals, you win the game. You kind of have amnesia. You forget about, dude, we should have lost that game. The kicker missed like 5 field goals, but. I'd rather have this happen now than Marcus Williams jump up in the playoff round. Then you wish you coached your defensive backs up and said, it's okay to go for the ball, but make sure, your main responsibility is for him not to get loose. Same thing with the crossing routes. I really think, I think you can probably agree with me or disagree, but that was the best coach we faced. They knew we had our linebackers were out. We tried to play nickel, have our nickel package in, and when they did that, they gashed us with a run because defensive backs and nickel backs aren't running backs, so they can't stop them. And then when we put our running backs in, they did all that misdirection stuff, and the guys didn't know the assignments. And so it was just really good coaching,
I agree. You hit them where you think they're weakest. And Sean Payton did the same thing, and so did Schottenheimer. So I don't know why, EH. I'm not that bothered by the loss, even though it was at home, even though the defense looked bad, blah, 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 even though they go from number 1 to the number 3 seed. I'm just not fretting about this. I think they're going to be okay. I think that you're going to look at a team that's going to be the 1 or 2 seed when all the dust settles. I just don't see the need for a lot of hand-wringing right now. Once the defense comes back nice and healthy, I think they'll be fine.
Well, and one other thing is just it's kind of like Belichick. Yeah, they're spying on the Cincinnati or whatever. But look, man, just do a quick history lesson. Who did we beat? Further on down the year last year, who did we beat in a marquee game that pretty much iced it for us to have home field advantage throughout the playoffs?
Who?
Rams. And because they couldn't one-up us, they had to win one more game to jump us. Well, they didn't. But they still got, a bye. But they came to New Orleans, and you know what? They knew all our tricks, and it was an evenly matched game. And it's kind of like the Patriots. It's kind of like when you face a team twice, especially with Peyton, they're going to have all that misdirection and all that. You know, they did a trick play on us and then scored a touchdown. They threw out everything. They threw out the mother load, you know, and we're going to be, you know, I like our chances. And we played great on the road. And the only game we had a hiccup is when Drew went down, and it was kind of, you know,
it was the
sky was
shock.
falling,
Yeah.
you know.
The Saints were just completely shocked when they were out in Los Angeles. You lose Drew Brees in the middle of the game. And then what was it? We had the defensive fumble return, Cam Jordan's touchdown, blew the whistle. So that was that was like what could go wrong went wrong. So that's one that I'm like, Niners game. That's the best the Niners have looked all season long, man. That by far, they're not going to look like that ever again offensively. Saints aren't going to play that poorly defensively, and conversely, you got to think that the Niners are going to play better defensively as well. If they see the Saints again, you're not going to get a 48-46 game if these two play in the NFC Championship. You're going to see more than likely a little bit more 31-28-ish type situation. And so I'll take Drew Brees and Alvin Kamara and Michael Thomas over fill-in-the-blank running back by committee, Jimmy G and Emmanuel Sanders. Now, I'll take Kittle over Cook, but I think the Saints are matching up quite well with the Niners down the road. And heck, play them out there. That's fine. 50 degrees, 55 degrees, sunshine. Okay. Oh, that's not bad. It beats having to go to Green Bay or Seattle. So either Saints get first seed or second seed, or let San Francisco win this whole stinking thing, and the Saints get the 3 seed and see what happens.
And I think, you know, Green Bay and Minnesota are going to, you know, I think Minnesota is a bigger threat than Green Bay is, but hopefully they'll try to X each other out. But I mean, look, man, don't sleep on the rest of the schedule. I mean, we could just be kind of.
Oh, Tennessee is turned into a force. They've got something to play for. You got to be leery of the Titans now. Tannehill is in the last 6 games top quarterback in the league. I think I saw. You know, so
I mean, and Indianapolis is playing for everything. So I mean, this isn't going to be just a walk here. So I don't know. I'm just glad this happened, because this is the kind of heartbreak that always happens in the playoffs. I mean, you know, I look at the Saints Nugget, and she's like, "What just happened?" And I'm like, "Well, do you remember the last time we were in the dome? You know, last year, it's the exact same thing. It's just heartbreak, you know, and." Let's don't get to that heartbreak moment, and I don't fault him for going for 2. That's just what he does. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So,
it is, my man.
I don't know. It's a long season. Hey, how do you like the coaching hire? Do you think it's Bielema part 2, or do you like this guy?
He's more energetic. He's got a better reputation as a recruiter. His position players loved him that played for him both in Georgia and in Arkansas. It's not overwhelming. It's not exciting, but, you know, let's see what he does. If he can shore up the offensive and defensive lines and get a little bit of excitement about the program, because he is a guy that apparently is kind of a magnetic personality. You know, just the fact that he's older and an offensive line coach isn't sexy. Lane Kiffin, even though he's fat-jowled Lane Kiffin now, he's an offensive coordinator. He does these wonderful things, man. He's been to USC. He's been the Tennessee guy. He's been with Saban. You know, it's a sexier pick. I get it. But sometimes sexy doesn't play in the football field.
Doesn't he kind of remind you of Matt Luke? All the, you know, accolades, offensive line coach. I mean, that wasn't his alma mater, but.
Why would you do that to me, E.H.? I thought we were friends. You know, Matt Luke apparently is taking his job. He's taking the Georgia offensive line job, apparently.
Yeah, man. Look, dude, I told you before all this. They don't need a flashy. They need a guy that's discipline-oriented. I can't say I pegged the offensive line thing because I didn't know they were going that route. And I didn't know they got that soft on the offensive line. But they needed just just a real disciplined football coach that, you know, was quiet, kind of stayed off the radar, and that happened. Hey, I watched the clips. You ever watch that show, The Pig Trail Nation?
No, but I've heard of it, yeah.
God, if there's a girl in there with one of the hosts, holy smokes, man! You gotta like and subscribe or follow or whatever. It's pretty good.
Spoken by EH. 9:29 the time. This guy, he's nuts, Rogers. He came over and watched the LSU game Saturday.
Oh, yeah?
It's just thoroughly entertaining.
I bet it is.
Allie and I literally say that we could watch just EH. As the day wears on and the soda pops become a little quicker.
Plentiful.
He is a fun guy to be around. Yeah, Jones, I'm with you on this one. He goes, Lane is not going to end well at Ole Miss. That's what we all kind of think. Johnny C. says you should have asked Yoder if Burrow will be the greatest Ohio State player to ever win the Heisman. That's actually pretty funny, Johnny C. Draco says, hey, did you win your fantasy game this week, and who did you play? Yeah, very funny. Played you. I didn't win. Not in the playoffs. You happy? If only there was a football competition recently where I have proven to be better than everybody that actually depends on one's skill and talent, as opposed to the skill and talent of players that don't know who we are. They don't care who you are.
Now, wait a minute. Did you say you need to have your depends on while you're playing this game? Because it's such a long event, you don't get to get up from the table.
That's right.
Competition is that tough. You need to have your depends on.
Because there is one such contest, Rogers. There was a test of physical skill of football, and I did win. It's called the 2019 Shreveport City Paper Football Championship at Rotolo's Craft and Crust last year during the NFL Draft. I've got the hardware to prove it. That's a championship trophy, Draco. I'm afraid to get it.
Don't make it worse.
Yeah. And they're playing. These guys have no legs in their playing. They have tornadoes for legs. Which, how cool would that be? That's a superpower.
Tasmanian devil.
Yeah. At Chevyland, we care about you, and they care about giving you a deal on a brand new 2019 Chevy Tahoe. $10,000 off a 2019 Chevy Tahoe four-wheel drive Premier Edition. Oh, hello. Bingo. They have $9,000 off a 2019 Chevy Tahoe LT Edition. It's I'm looking at it right here. It's got the cool wheels. $9,000 off MSRP. What? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, this is legit. Employee pricing. They've got them. Chevyland, 9.5 acres to choose from. Wow. That's pretty sweet. 7,500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Locally owned and operated. Family owned and operated. Chevyland, $10,000 off MSRP on 2019 Tahoes. Chevyland, we care about you. Rogers, Hampton, and myself, we're going to come right back after this quick commercial getaway. The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810. We are fortunate to have Sweet Nicole with us here from First Choice Personnel. Nicole, I have very little computer skills, but there is a big need for people who have a special skill, correct?
We are. We're looking for data entry specialists with strong Excel skills. we have a lot of companies now looking for people to do data entry, and if anyone is looking for a job, let me know.
797-7810. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice your last call. Holiday season is here, and that means the holiday cheer is here as well. Eggnog daiquiris at Daiquiri Express. The tastiest, the most flavorful. Nutmeg, cinnamon, eggnog daiquiris at Daiquiri Express. All 5 locations. The Bayou Bell Waste Boys are in studio with us. Clint McCullough, Russell Hall. It's got to be so fun working with people you care so much about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have a great time every day, and I tell you, it's just so fulfilling to be able to support the local economy and hire people and be able to support families. We absolutely have a blast every day, and we certainly appreciate all your support.
Bayou Bell Waste, 671-9900, BayouBellWaste.com.
Hey, this is Bubba Winningham here at Chevyland, and General Motors just announced GM employee discount for everyone on all remaining 2019 new Chevrolets in stock. We've got about 200 of those left, so the savings are incredible. How about $32,995 for a 2019 Silverado Crew Cab with 355 horsepower V8, Texas Edition equipment all over the place. This is a great loaded up truck that's over $14,000 off MSRP at $32,995. Or you can buy a brand new 2019 Equinox LT, get 32 miles per gallon, room for 5, lots of space behind the seats back there. You can get that car for $22,995. GM employee price on everything 2019 in stock. Go to Chevyland.com right now to get all the exact pricing details and contact me at Chevyland 7500 Erie Drive.
Where are you going to be the day after Christmas? Be the Bowl. Pre-game live entertainment by Chawa, Grammy-nominated Mardi Gras Indian funk band out of New Orleans. Walk-On's Independence Bowl Coca-Cola Fan Fest, Thursday, December 26th. Be the Bowl.
You don't know about me. You can only tell people what you see. You can judge about the way I look, but you don't know the type of
Walk-On's IndependenceBowl.com.
Red River Brewing has got something tasty and delicious waiting for you this afternoon. When you get off work, stop by Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall, where downtown meets I-20. And remember this, they've got a great space there for holiday gatherings. Red River Brewing, get in touch with them, 317-4110, 317-4110. We love breakfast at Swoop, Burt Coons, just off I-49, across from Home Depot. Brighten your day at Swoop. Don't forget, though, lunch and dinner, those po' boys. They've got the Buster wrap and the Chicken Caesar wrap, the grilled chicken wrap, the garden wrap. Did I mention the po' boys? That smoked barbecue down-home sausage po' boy and that roast beef po' boy are to die for. And trust me on this, you'll love the surf and turf po' boy. The bread is incredible. You will love po' boys from Swoop, just off I-49 at Burt Coons, across from Home Depot. The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810.
1130 The Tiger, Bossier City's home for LSU sports.
Oh, boy. Welcome back, everybody. It's 9:37. It's the gift that keeps on giving Rogers the whole year. The Patriots. And they're cheating. Unbelievable. Our show, by the way, the Tim Fletcher Show. We're here every day. Cantina Laredo. Mucho gracias, Mexican food. What does that mean, Rogers? Oh, okay. Good. I didn't really know what it meant, but I was hoping it was something good, because I hear it a lot. Muchas gracias. Modern Mexican food at Cantina Laredo. They have these combinacion dinners. Combinacioni. How do you say combination in Spanish, Rogers? Combinacion. Oh, buddy. I love their sauces. I love their chips. I really dig their frozen margaritas. But these combo dinners, I get the Acapulco. Another thing that every now and then I'll stray, I love their tamales. Oh, I'm a sucker for a good tamale. Hot tamales. It's going to be, what's the forecast, Rogers? Cold today, but hot tamale? Chilly today, hot tamale, yeah. Chilly today, but hot tamale. Cantina Laredo and the shops of Belmead, gourmet, modern Mexican fare is available for you, and it has been for 15 years, right there in the shops of Belmead. CL on the DL. So apparently, according to theathletic.com, Patriots or scouting department is at the Bengals-Browns game, allegedly doing a story on advanced scouting. So, getting ready to sit down in the second row of the press box, Bengals staff members, when a dude comes in wearing Boston Bruins gear, carrying a camera, pulls out the video and sits in front of you in the press box and starts videoing and recording the Cincinnati sideline for 8 straight minutes. You see the viewfinder, it's locked in on the Cincinnati sideline, and realize the videographer is connected to the Patriots wearing Boston Bruins gear. According to sources who have viewed the tape, it shows about 8 minutes of footage focusing on recording the Bengals sideline. It's a direct view of the sideline as players run on and off the field and coaches make signals for plays. This is not an over-the-shoulder of the advanced scout who is doing his job kind of stuff like they said it was. This is literally shooting the sideline for an extended period of time. Bill Belichick says that that's not me. That's not us. I don't really watch that stuff. We have our own film. We don't. That's for the TV show. I don't know. I mean, we stay above the law here. We do what we're supposed to do. We keep our heads screwed on right. On to Cincinnati. How in the world? Why in the world would they do that, Rogers? They're the Patriots. And you know that people are talking about that you've had Spygate, and you're playing the Bengals. Why do you could give them your signals, and it's not going to change the outcome. That is so dumb. These people. As Adam says, Thanos had it right. (320-1130) Mudbucks Hockey Hotline. Bayou Bellways Trash Text Line. Jones says, any guess on how many points LSU will score in Oklahoma? A lot. What's the over going to be on that game? 71? 73?
Oh, man. Probably so. 30-something.
Draco texted in on the Bayou Bellways Trash Text Line. The only reason you got that trophy in paper football is I had to work that evening. I'll be at the tournament in 2020. You and one Army. Your paper football Army? Griffin said, who'd y'all say would win the East? I think we both picked the Eagles, huh, Rogers?
Yeah. That's what we picked. Yep.
318, what is your thoughts on Orlovsky in this piece about taking Trevor Lawrence over Joe Burrow? Hey, here's the deal. You're not going to be able to draft Trevor Lawrence over Joe Burrow because Trevor Lawrence has to come back for another year of school. Trevor Lawrence has been hot of late, but for the whole gamut of games for the entire season, there's no one who's come close to what Joe Burrow has done. So, Rogers, I got a question for you here. Heisman history here for you, okay?
All righty.
The highest percentage of possible votes for a Heisman Trophy, Troy Smith of Ohio State picked up 91.63% of the votes in 2006.
Wow.
Marcus Mariota in 2014, 90.92. Baker Mayfield received 86% of the vote in 2017. Will Joe Burrow crack the top 3 for the highest percentage of possible first-place votes?
I'm going to say probably so. Because I think Chase and Fields will kind of cancel each other out a little bit, or they'll take votes away from each other, and then whatever sympathy vote that Hurts gets from former people. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
He looks warm, doesn't he?
He does look warm. Like he's dressed for Michigan.
Yes. I say he will, and just because I think the votes are going to split, or at least take some away from each other, from Fields and Chase, to where they can't win it, which means there's not going to be enough for Hurts to get enough to pass Burrow. And he may set the record because of that.
Yeah.
Now, if Trevor Lawrence was sitting there, I may feel a little differently, but since he didn't even make the list, two Ohio State players, that's just going to hurt each other.
Largest margin of victory.
Ooh.
Shreveport guy. Think about it. A 1,750-point margin. Largest margin of victory in Heisman Trophy voting history. It's a Shreveport guy.
I just thought of something. I heard the conversation. I had to run down. Joe Burrow will get the biggest margin because with 2 of the 4 finalists being from the same school that he started at, where he grew up, all those writers there know him. I think he's getting first-place votes there, too.
That's a good point. He'll get some Midwestern votes that typically would not
typically would have went to the Ohio State players.
These guys, yes. I think there's 4 of them there because I think the votes for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are so split.
Yes, I think you're going to see big margins with the 2nd and 3rd and 4th. I think he's going to have almost a clean sweep with first place. I mean, the only holdouts could be the Oklahoma guys, maybe a couple Texas
votes.
But
you look at the turnovers Jalen Hurts had. I mean, there's
it's the Heisman.
I get it.
It's like Baseball Hall of Fame. There's that one guy.
Greg from down the hall weighing in. So will he get, 91 point?
94. That's my call right now. 94% of the first place votes.
The Athletic did a straw poll of 51 Heisman voters who actually voted and said, okay, this is how we voted. 51 Heisman voters, all 51, Joe Burrow first place.
First place, yeah. I mean, you're going to see it's going to be some Texas guys who are, miffed about the Texas game. You're going to have a couple of Oklahoma guys doing the Oklahoma thing. But I really think
a couple of Alabama guys who voted for Tua, I think.
Maybe, yeah, there might be that. But I think even the Michigan voters who would not vote for the school down south, they wouldn't vote for one of those two, they'll vote for Burrow because he made the smart decision and left Columbus. That was the smartest move in his life, was leaving Columbus. So
929 voters. So you're talking about
I don't know, 900 first place votes. 9 of 929. So whatever that turns into.
Whoa. Okay. That's a lot.
I mean, if that's like 96, 98%, somewhere in that range, I mean, it's totally plausible because this is the first time.
Marcus Mariota, as a percentage of total ballots, he was on 884 of 929 ballots. So 95% of the ballots he was not named on. He got 788 votes.
But this is percentage of total points, right?
Total points. He's second all time at 90.92, so 91%. And he was named on 788 out of 929. 788 out of 884 ballots. So 78 out of 88, which is almost 7 out of 8. 8 in the 70 is 8.
So here's the thing. Yeah. Every year that I can remember a Heisman, there's like a favorite, but there's always a chance for somebody else. There's always this. There is no chance anyone else wins, and I think that weighs into it. Like you can make an argument for the invites, which I think is why he stands a chance. That's why we're having the conversation. I mean, the only reason that we're generating this conversation is because it's such a slam dunk that he's going to win it. So now it's just by how much. And I think when you're already into that conversation, you're already at 90 plus percentage or 90+ percent of the points total that he could get. And I think you're going to have guys who are influenced by that, the last-minute voters, because there are probably some that held on to their ballots.
There were. A lot of folks were turning in. I saw a lot of the sports writers were posting where they got the confirmation, you voted. If they voted after the conference championship, how could you not vote for Joe Burrow?
Right. And I mean, this 100% of 100 ballots has to have his name on it. Because you can't find 4 or 5 other guys who are anywhere above him. So even if he's at third place, he's got to be on 100% of the ballots.
I would assume so. All right. Trivia question. Largest margin of victory in Heisman Trophy voting history. Shreveport guy is the winner.
Wait a second.
Is John David Crow from Shreveport?
No.
Hold
O.J.
on.
Simpson.
O.J. Simpson.
Wow. You went Shreveport guy. That's maybe the part that I'm most shocked by here is not that it was he with a big margin, but that we said Shreveport guy. Because in my head, I'm running through all the Shreveport guys I can think of, and I'm like, I don't. None of these guys were close to Heisman.
I was like, Bradshaw didn't, Ferguson didn't.
Wait a second, what just happened? How's this going? What's happening here?
O.J. Simpson.
All right, before this gets out of hand, I got to go down the hall.
O.J. Simpson, 2,853
Go corporate for us,
points.
Greg.
Leroy Keys of Purdue was the runner-up and was 1,750 points behind him. Troy Smith, who, if you go back to the original thing here, who has the highest percentage of first-place ballots, has the second largest margin of victory in what was a travesty and was robbed the second-place finisher that year in 2006. It's one of the biggest injustices this country has ever known. Darren McFadden finished second. 9:51 the time. Billy Sims will have Jalen number 1, probably so, because ex-Heisman winners get a vote. Explain this. The Patriots now have been caught in 3 cases we know that are involved cheating, the Spygate, Deflategate, and now more Spygate. How is it that they merely get a slap on the wrist, and you have the Saints who get paid players to hit offensive players really hard? But the question is, as a defensive players, aren't you supposed to hit an offensive player really hard? Isn't that part of your job? So what's wrong with incentivizing? And yet the Saints get a death penalty of sorts, putting us a few years behind. Oh, good. He's a Shreveport guy? Well, he is of late. I'm just saying, he's been hanging around forever around here. Got kinfolk in the area. If you didn't see O.J. in Shreveport or a picture of him, you weren't trying him back at the beginning and middle of football season. He was everywhere. 9:52 the time. Rogers, Hampton, and I. We'll be back. Our show brought to you by Rapolo's Insulation. Let Brian Rapolo and his family take care of your insulation needs and save money on your utility bills. It is simple. Better insulation, proper insulation, will lower your utility bills. It's that simple. 865-5113, 865-5113. Back after this. The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810.
Yo, Jacob Preston here for Gibbsland Bank and Trust, the great banking team. 9 locations across North Louisiana, from Shreveport to Homer to Arcadia, and everywhere in between on I-20. You're going to find a location, a branch that's near you, and you're going to get outstanding customer service. They provide high-quality financial services and technology with that hometown, small-town feel, but with national execution. To find out more information, go to gbt.bank. And also, when you got a problem, you know you can call that 318 number on the back of the card, not a 1-800 number. That's what you get at GBT, the great banking team.
AccuTemp, 861-2255, 861-2255. They've handled everything in our house for years now. We trust them. We know they do a great job. We know they're going to do it for the price they say they're going to do it for. We love these guys. And when we have a problem with the heat, which we don't, but if we did, we call AccuTemp, 861-2255. Sports World can certainly take care of your Christmas shopping needs, but also just a reminder as you head toward that semester break as well. More than likely, that kiddo of yours has outgrown that school uniform, so they've got your athletic uniforms, and they have got every school uniform you could ever need. Your local uniform professionals since 1973, your Christmas shopping headquarters for those athletes in your family. Sports World, 8809 Juella, your local uniform professionals since 1973. Red River Brewing has got something tasty and delicious waiting for you this afternoon. When you get off work, stop by Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall, where downtown meets I-20. And remember this, they've got a great space there for holiday gatherings. Red River Brewing, get in touch with them, 317-4110, 317-4110. The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810.
If it's LSU sports, it's on 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody, on this rainy, cold Tuesday. Be careful out there. Reminder that the Mudbugs have a special weekend of hockey yet again at George's Pond at Hearst Coliseum. On Saturday, bring your stuffed animals. It's a collection of stuffed animals they're going to give to children this Christmas to have a happier, brighter, more just joyous Christmas day. And you could play a large role in that. Bring your stuffed animals. Last year, I believe there were 2,122 stuffed animals thrown onto the ice after the Bugs scored their first goal in the game. This year, how about let's get 3,000 stuffed animals? How about that? So bring your stuffed teddy bears, your stuffed tigers, your stuffed elephants, your stuffed hogs. You name it. If it's an animal, if it's a stuffed plush toy, bring it to the rink on Saturday. We'll see you there for Mudbugs Hockey. Get in touch with the Bugs, 636-7094, or go to the website, mudbugshockey.com. Thank you, Brewer Quality Homes, for supporting the show. Denny Rogers and the fine folks over at Landers Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram, Bayou Bell Waste, the nice guys who love talking trash. Brewer Quality Homes, where everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. GBT, the great banking team. Chevyland, we care about you. Campers RV Center and Power Sports, fun life starts here. Shapen Toyota. Like eggs, cars and trucks are cheaper in the country. Northwestern State University, Walk-Ons Bistro and Bar, Club Stores, First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice your last call. Daiquiri Express, Accutemp, Rapolo's Insulation, Sports World, Taco Bell, Red River Brewing. Open today through Sunday. Bailey's Jewelers, Chillin' Hill. Cormier Family Dentistry, Jimmy V's, $2 Taco Tuesday, Porter's Cleaners, Honey Baked Ham, Bertolo's Craft and Crust. We got something cooking for next Monday night Saints-Colts game, so we will unveil that for you soon. And Walker Spring and Break and Regional Urology. Thank you very much for supporting the show. Officer Payne, rest in peace, TLV. Thomas LaValle, rest in peace, TLV. See you tomorrow, kids.
Yeah! Where are you going to be the day after Christmas? Be the Bowl. Start the day at the Louisiana Boardwalk for the parade and Battle of the Bands, and then join the pregame fun at Coca-Cola Fan Fest. Live music by Chawa, a traditional pig roast, and more with tailgating sponsored by Coors Light. Walk-On's Independence Bowl Coca-Cola Fan Fest, Thursday, December 26th at 10 a.m. WalkOnsIndependenceBowl.com. To be the Bowl makes us great.
At Capital One, you can open a new savings account in about 5 minutes and earn 5 times the national average. Banking with Capital One means 5 times the savings to help pay for your perfect honeymoon. Or 5 times the savings toward your family's perfect vacation.
Big fan of water rides.
It's time to help make your savings goals come true. This is Banking Reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA member FDIC.
To the holiday season, and in your garage, a brand new John Deere.